Chapter 11 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh. Chapter 11. Arrival of an Areo woman from Tethuroa. Present delivered by Tina for His Majesty. Other occurrences to the time of the ship's departure from Otaheite. 1789, March. From the 5th to the 14th of this month the wind blew constantly from between the northwest and southwest with a great deal of rain. This was the longest continuance of westerly winds without interruption that we experienced. On the 13th several canoes arrived here and at Mataavi from Tethuroa, and these were a large tribe of Areos, and among them Huheine Mo'ere, the wife of Oreepaya, who is an Areo woman and remained at Tethuroa after Oreepaya came away. On her arrival a ceremony was performed called Ho'opaa, which seemed to be designed as a public visit to all their friends who were collected for the occasion. In this ceremony there was nothing remarkable. The Areo men took their opportunity to plunder the women who were near them, and Idea made a present of some cloth to Huheine Mo'ere and a baked hog to the Areos. Friday, 13. After this ceremony a present was produced from many of the principal people for young Otoo, the Earee Rahie, which was received by Idea, Tina being absent. This present consisted of 5 hogs and 48 baskets filled with breadfruit, coconuts, taro, and different kinds of puddings. The baskets were decorated with slips of cloth stained with a variety of colors and carried by 24 men, each of whom had a pole on his shoulder, at each end of which was a basket. I have seldom spoken of Otoo, who was too young to have any share in the management of affairs, and with whom we were not permitted to have any intercourse, except speaking to him now and then across a river, at which times I did not neglect to send the children some little presents, so that they always rejoiced to see me. I might have been admitted to a nearer acquaintance if I would have gone with my shoulders uncovered, as his parents did, but this I declined. The children do not all live under the same roof, the 2 sisters eating and sleeping in a separate house, though at other times they are generally together. The island Tethuroa may very properly be compared to some of our watering places in England, producing a similar effect upon those who visit it. Many, who went there covered with scurf, returned plump and fair and scarce like the same people. This alteration for the better is in a great measure to be attributed to the discontinuance of the ava, which Tethuroa does not produce, the coconut trees, likewise, which supply them with their only beverage, growing on low sandy keys and having their roots below the level of the sea, may probably have qualities different from the coconuts of Otaheite, which, with a plenty of fish, that at other times they are not accustomed to, must no doubt contribute to the amendment described. Saturday, 14. I was visited today by a very old man, an uncle to Tupia, the person who went from these islands in the Endeavour in the year 1769 and who died at Batavia. He appeared to be near 70 years old and was treated with much respect by the natives. He made several inquiries concerning his nephew and requested that when I came again I would bring his hair. At the time that Tina mentioned to me his desire of visiting England, I asked what account I could give to his friends if he should not live to return, to which he replied that I must cut off his hair and carry it to them, and they would be perfectly satisfied. Monday, 16. On the 16th I was informed that a stop was put to the sale of hogs in the district of Teitaha. Tepaho'o, the Earee of that district, told me that they had very few hogs left there, and that it was necessary for a certain time to prohibit every person from killing or selling, that they might have time to breed. I did not think it reasonable to solicit any indulgence on this head. My friends at Matavai and Opare promised to supply us as long as we remained there, though we had considerably thinned their stock. After our departure the same restriction was to take place in these districts, and it being delayed on our account certainly deserves to be regarded among their acts of friendship towards us. As it was generally known that we were preparing to sail, a number of the natives from other parts of the island were constantly with us, and petty thefts were committed whenever the negligence of our people afforded an opportunity, but no attempt of any consequence was made. Thursday, 19. This evening Mr. Samwell, my clerk, returned from an excursion to the mountains, having been 2 days absent. He described the hills to be well clothed with wood, except the tops of the higher mountains which only produced bushes and fern. The birds he saw were blue parakeets and green doves, except one which he found burrowing in the ground and brought to me. This bird was about the size of a pigeon, and proved to be a white-bellied petrel of the same kind as those seen in high latitudes, which are called shearwaters. He likewise brought a branch of a plant, like the New Zealand tea plant, and which at Van Diemen's Land we had made use of for brooms. From the hills he saw the islands Maitea and Huaheine, which are situated nearly in opposite directions from Otaheite, and are 70 leagues distant from each other. Friday, 27. For some days past Tinah had been busied in getting 2 pa'ais, or mourning dresses, made, which he intended as a present to King George. Being finished, they were this morning hung up in his house as a public exhibition, and a long prayer was made on the occasion, the substance of which was that the King of England might forever remain his friend and not forget him. When he presented the pa'rais for me to take on board, he could not refrain from shedding tears. During the short remainder of our stay here there appeared among the natives an evident degree of sorrow that we were so soon to leave them, which they showed by unusual kindness and attention. We began this afternoon to remove the plants to the ship. They were in excellent order, the roots had appeared through the bottom of the pots and would have shot into the ground if care had not been taken to prevent it. The weather was considerably altered for the better, and the trade wind appeared settled. The rainy and bad season of the year may be reckoned to begin towards the end of November, and continue till near the end of March. During this time the winds are variable and often westerly, though we've seldom found them to blow strong in that direction. We likewise experienced frequent intervals of fine weather, but during these months so open a road as Matavai Bay is not a safe anchoring place for ships that intend remaining any length of time at Otaheite. Tuesday, 31. Today all the plants were on board, being in 774 pots, 39 tubs, and 24 boxes. The number of breadfruit plants were 1,015, besides which we had collected a number of other plants. The avee, which is one of the finest flavoured fruits in the world. The aa, which is a fruit not so rich but of a fine flavour and very refreshing. The rata, not much unlike a chestnut, which grows on a large tree in great quantities. They are singly in large pods from 1 to 2 inches broad, and may be eaten raw or boiled in the same manner of Windsor beans, and so dressed are equally good. The oraia, which is a very superior kind of plantain. All these I was particularly recommended to collect by my worthy friend Sir Joseph Banks. I had also taken on board some plants of the ato and mate, with which the natives here make a beautiful red colour, and a root called paea, of which they make an excellent pudding. I now made my last presents to several of my friends with whom I had been most intimate, particularly to Teppahoo. Several people expressed great desire to go with us to England. Oedee, who was always very much attached to us, said he considered it as his right, having formerly left his native place to sail with Captain Cook. Scarce any man belonging to the ship was without a tayo, who brought to him presents, chiefly of provisions for a sea store. April. Friday, 3. Tinah and his wife, with his parents, brothers, and sister, dined with me today and, as I meant to sail early the next morning, they all remained on board for the night. The ship was crowded the whole day with natives, and we were loaded with coconuts, plantains, breadfruit, hogs, and goats. In the evening there was no dancing or mirth on the beach such as we had been accustomed to, but all was silent. Saturday, 4. At daylight we unmoored. The stock of the best bower anchor was so much eaten by the worms that it broke in stowing the anchor. The small bower had an iron stock, and in these voyages it is very necessary that ships should be provided with iron anchor stocks. At 6:30, there being no wind, we weighed, and with our boats and 2 sweeps towed the ship out of the harbour. Soon after the sea breeze came, and we stood off towards the sea. The outlet of Toaroa harbour being narrow, I could permit only a few of the natives to be on board. Many others, however, attended in canoes till the breeze came, when I was obliged to leave them. We stood off and on almost all the remainder of the day. Tinah and Iddeah pressed me very strongly to anchor in Matavai Bay and stay one night longer, but, as I had already taken leave of most of my friends, I thought it better to keep to my intention of sailing. After dinner I ordered the presents which I had preserved for Tinah and his wife to be put in one of the ship's boats, and as I had promised him firearms I gave him 2 muskets, a pair of pistols, and a good stock of ammunition. I then represented to them the necessity of their going away, that the boat might return to the ship before it was dark, on which they took a most affectionate leave of me and went into the boat. One of their expressions at parting was Yo'ora no ta'ea to'a te'e a ra. May the Eatua protect you forever and ever. All the time we remained at Otaheite, the picture of Captain Cook, at the desire of Tinah, was kept on board the ship. On delivering it to him I wrote on the back the time of the ship's arrival and departure, with an account of the number of plants on board. Tinah had desired that I would salute him at his departure with the great guns, which I could not comply with for fear of disturbing the plants, but as a parting token of our regard we manned ship with all hands and gave him 3 cheers. At sunset the boat returned and we made sail, bidding farewell to Otaheite, where for 23 weeks we had been treated with the utmost affection and regard, and which seemed to increase in proportion to our stay. That we were not insensible to their kindness the events which followed more than sufficiently proves. For to the friendly and endearing behaviour of these people may be ascribed the motives for that event which effected the ruin of an expedition that there was every reason to hope would have been completed in the most fortunate manner. To enter into a description of the island or its inhabitants I look upon as superfluous. From the accounts of former voyages and the facts which I have related, the character of the people will appear in as true a light as by any description in my power to give. The length of time that we remained at Otaheite, with the advantage of having been there before, gave me opportunities of making perhaps a more perfect vocabulary of the language than has yet appeared. But I have chosen to defer it for the present, as there is a probability that I may hereafter be better qualified for such a task. We left Otaheite with only 2 patients in the venereal list, which shows that the disease has not gained ground. The natives say it is of little consequence, and we saw several instances of people that had been affected who, after absenting themselves for 15 or 20 days, made their appearance again without any visible symptom remaining of the disease. Their method of cure I am unacquainted with, but their customary diet and mode of living must contribute towards it. We saw a great many people, however, with scrofulous habits and bad sores. These they denied to be produced from any venereal cause, and our surgeon was of the same opinion. The result of the mean of 50 sets of lunar observations taken by me on shore gives the longitude of Point Venus 210 degrees 33 minutes 57 seconds east. Captain Cook in 1769 places it in 210 degrees 27 minutes 30 seconds east. In 1777, his last voyage, 210 degrees 22 minutes 28 seconds east. The tide in the Toa harbor was very inconsiderable and not regular. The greatest rise that I observed was 11 inches, but what was most singular, the time of high water did not appear to be governed by the moon, it being at the highest every day between noon and 2 o'clock. The variable winds and weather at this time of the year has no doubt an influence on the tides. On some days scarce any rise was perceptible. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh. Chapter 12. At the island Eaheiine, a friend of Omai visits the ship. Leave the Society Islands. A waterspout. The island Waito'otakee discovered. Anchor in Anamoka Road. Our parties on shore robbed by the natives. Sail from Anamooka. The chiefs detained on board. Part friendly. 1789. April. Sunday, 5. We steered towards the island Huaheine, which we got sight of the next morning. At noon we brought to near the entrance of O'Hare harbour, it not being my intention to anchor. We could see every part of the harbour distinctly, but my attention was particularly directed to the spot where Omai's house had stood, no part of which was now visible. It was near 3 o'clock before any canoes came off to us, for the people on shore imagined that the ship was coming into the harbour. The first that arrived had 3 men in it, who brought a few coconuts. I inquired about the chief, or Earee Rahee, and one of the fellows with great gravity said he was the Earee Rahee, and that he had come to desire I would bring the ship into harbour. I could not help laughing at his impudence. However, I gave him a few nails for his coconuts, and he left us. Immediately after, a double canoe in which were 10 men came alongside. Among them was a young man who recollected and called me by my name. Several other canoes arrived with hogs, yams, and other provisions which we purchased. My acquaintance told me he had lived with our friend Omai. He confirmed the account that had already been given, and informed me that of all the animals which had been left with Omai, the mare only remained alive. He said that Omai and himself had often rowed together, and I observed that many of the islanders who came on board had the representation of a man on horseback tattooed on their legs. After the death of Omai, his house was broken to pieces and the materials stolen. The firearms were at Ulietea, but useless. I inquired after the seeds and plants, and was informed that they were all destroyed except one tree, but of what kind that was I could not make out from their description. I was much pressed to take the ship into the harbour, and Omai's companion requested me to let him go to England. When they found out that I would not stop among them, they seemed jealous of our going to Ulietea, and it appeared to give them some satisfaction when I told them that I should not go near that island. The canoes had left us, and we were making sail when we discovered an Indian in the water swimming towards the shore, which in all probability he would not have been able to reach. We took him up, and luckily another canoe coming alongside, we put him in her. The people of the canoe said that the man was insane, but how he came to be swimming so far from the land we could not conjecture. At 6 o'clock we made sail and ran all night to the southwest and southwest by south, between the islands Huaheine and Ulietea. The next morning I altered the course, steering more to the southwest for the Friendly Islands. Thursday, 9. On the 9th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the weather became squally and a body of thick black clouds collected in the east. Soon after a waterspout was seen at no great distance from us, which appeared to great advantage from the darkness of the clouds behind it. As nearly as I could judge, it was about 2 feet diameter at the upper part and about 8 inches at the lower. I had scarcely made these remarks when I observed that it was advancing rapidly towards the ship. We immediately altered our course and took in all the sails except the foresail, soon after which it passed within 10 yards of our stern, making a rustling noise but without our feeling the least effect from it being so near us. The rate at which it travelled I judged to be about 10 miles per hour, going towards the west in the direction of the wind. In a quarter of an hour after passing us it dispersed. I was never so near a waterspout before. The connection between the column, which was higher than our mastheads, and the water below was no otherwise visible than by the sea being disturbed in a circular space of about 6 yards in diameter, the centre of which, from the whirling of the water round it, formed a hollow, and from the outer part of the circle the water was thrown up with much force in a spiral direction and could be traced to the height of 15 or 20 feet. At this elevation we lost sight of it and could see nothing of its junction with the column above. It is impossible to say what injury we should have suffered if it had passed directly over us. Masts, I imagine, might have been carried away, but I do not apprehend it would have endangered the loss of a ship. Saturday, 11. As we sailed very near the track made in former voyages, I had little reason to expect that we should at this time make any new discovery. Nevertheless, on the 11th at daylight, land was seen to the south-southwest at about 5 leagues distance, which appeared to be an island of a moderate height. On the north part was a round hill, the northwest part was highest and steep, the southeast part sloped off to a low point. The wind had been westerly since the preceding noon, and at the time we saw the island the ship was standing to the northwest. At 6 we tacked to the southward, and as we advanced in that direction discovered a number of low keys, of which at noon we counted 9. They were all covered with trees. The large island first seen had a most fruitful appearance, its shore being bordered with flat land on which grew innumerable coconut and other trees, and the higher grounds beautifully interspersed with lawns. The wind, being light and unfavourable, we endeavoured all day but without success to get near the land. In the night we had a heavy squall which obliged us to clew up all our sails, and soon after it fell calm. Sunday, 12. The winds were light and variable all day with calms. At 2 in the afternoon we were within 3 miles of the southernmost key and could see a number of people within the reefs. Shortly after a canoe, in which were 4 men, paddled off to us and came alongside without showing any signs of apprehension or surprise. I gave them a few beads and they came into the ship. One man, who seemed to have an ascendancy over the others, looked about the ship with some appearance of curiosity, but none of them would venture to go below. They asked for some boiled fresh pork which they saw in a bowl belonging to one of the seamen, and it was given to them to eat with boiled plantains. Being told that I was the Earee, or chief of the ship, the principal person came and joined noses with me and presented to me a large mother-of-pearl shell, which hung with plaited hair round his neck. This he fastened round my neck with signs of great satisfaction. They spoke the same language as at Otaheite, with very little variation, as far as I could judge. In the small vocabulary that I made whilst conversing with these men, only 4 words out of 24 differed from the Otaheite. The name of the large island, they told me, was Wato'otakee, and the Earee was called Lomakaya. They said there were no hogs, dogs, or goats upon the island, nor had they yams or taro, but that plantains, coconuts, fowls, breadfruit, and avees were there in great abundance. Notwithstanding they said that no hogs were on the island, it was evident they had seen such animals, for they called them by the same name as is given to them at Otaheite, which made me suspect that they were deceiving me. However, I ordered a young boar and sow to be put into their canoe, with some yams and taro, as we could afford to part with some of these articles. I also gave to each of them a knife, a small adze, some nails, beads, and a looking-glass. The latter they examined with great curiosity, but with the ironwork they appeared to be acquainted, calling it Aouree, which is the common name for iron among the islands where it is known. As they were preparing to leave us, the chief of the canoe took possession of everything that I had given to the others. One of them showed some signs of dissatisfaction, but after a little altercation they joined noses and were reconciled. I now thought they were going to leave the ship, but only 2 of them went into the canoe, the other 2 proposing to stay all night with us and to have the canoe returned for them in the morning. I would have treated their confidence with the regard it merited, but it was impossible to say how far the ship might be driven from the island in the night. This I explained to them, and they reluctantly consented to leave us. They were very solicitous that somebody from the ship should go on shore with them, and just before they quitted us they gave me a wooden spear which was the only thing, the paddles excepted, they had brought with them in the canoe. It was a common long staff pointed with toa wood. The island of Waitootakee is about 10 miles in circuit, its latitude from 18 degrees 50 minutes to 18 degrees 54 minutes south, and longitude 200 degrees 19 minutes east. A group of small keys, 8 in number, lie to the southeast 4 or 5 miles distance from Waitootakee, and a single one to the west-southwest. The southernmost of the group is in latitude 18 degrees 58 minutes south. Variation of the compass 8 degrees 14 minutes east. The people that came off to us did not differ in appearance from the natives of Hervey's Islands, seen in Captain Cook's last voyage, though much more friendly and inoffensive in their manner. They were tattooed across the arms and legs, but not on the loins or posteriors like the people of Otaheite. From their knowledge of iron, they have doubtless communication with Hervey's Islands, which are not more than 18 leagues distant from them. In the night a breeze sprang up from the south and we continued our course to the westward. Saturday, 18. On the 18th at sunset we saw Savage Island and in the night passed by to the southward of it. Tuesday, 21. At 11 o'clock in the forenoon on the 21st we saw the island Ka'o from the masthead, bearing northwest by west 3/4 west. This island is a high mountain with a sharp-pointed top, and is the northwesternmost of all the Friendly Islands. At noon we saw it very distinctly from the deck, it being then 19 leagues distant from us. Thursday, 23. The wind being to the southward, we could not fetch Anamokoa, at which island I intended to stop, before the evening of the 23rd, when we anchored in the road in 23 fathoms, the extremes of Anamokoa, bearing east by north and south by east, our distance from the shore being half a league. In the middle of the day a canoe had come off to us from the island Mango, in which was a chief named Latoomelange, who dined with me. Immediately on our anchoring several canoes came alongside with yams and coconuts, but none of the natives offered to come on board without first asking permission. As yet I had seen no person with whom I could recollect to have been formerly acquainted. I made inquiries after some of our old friends, particularly the chiefs, but I found myself not sufficiently master of the language to obtain the information I wanted. Friday, 24. Our station being inconvenient for watering, at daylight we weighed, and worked more to the eastward, where we anchored in 21 fathoms, the extremes of Annamooka bearing north 85 degrees east and south 33 degrees west. The sandy bay south 73 degrees east, our distance from the shore half a league. Sounded all round the ship and found the ground to be a coarse coral bottom, but with even soundings. By this time some large sailing canoes were arrived from different islands in the neighborhood of Annamooka, and an old lame man named Tepa, whom I had known in 1777 and immediately recollected, came on board. Two other chiefs, whose names were Nookabo'o and Kun'okapo, were with him. Tepa, having formerly been accustomed to our manner of speaking their language, I found I could converse with him tolerably well. He informed me that Po'olaho, Fe'eno, and Tubo were alive and at Tangatabo'o, and that they would come hither as soon as they heard of our arrival, of which he promised to send them immediate notice. He said the cattle which we left at Tangatabo'o had all bred, and that the old ones were yet living. He inquired after several people who were here with Captain Cook. Being desirous to see the ship, I took him and his companions below and showed them the breadfruit and other plants, at seeing which they were greatly surprised. I made each of them a present, and when they had satisfied their curiosity, I invited them to go on shore with me in the ship's boat. I took Nelson with me to procure some breadfruit plants, one of our stock being dead and 2 or 3 others a little sickly. When we landed there were about 200 people on the beach, most of them women and children. Tepa showed me a large boathouse which he told me we might make use of, thinking we should have a party on shore as our ships had formerly. I went with him in search of water, but could find no better place than where Captain Cook had watered, which is a quarter of a mile inland from the east end of the beach. I next walked to the west point of the bay, where some plants and seeds had been sown by Captain Cook, and had the satisfaction to see in a plantation close by about 20 fine pineapple plants, but no fruit, this not being the proper season. They told me they had eaten many of them, that they were fine and large, and that at Tangatabo'o there were great numbers. When I returned to the landing place I was desired to sit down, and a present was brought me which consisted of some bundles of coconuts only. This fell short of my expectations, however I appeared satisfied and distributed beads and trinkets to the women and children near me. Numerous were the marks of mourning with which these people disfigured themselves, such as bloody temples, their heads deprived of most of their hair, and what was worse, almost all of them with the loss of some of their fingers. Several fine boys, not above 6 years old, had lost both their little fingers, and some of the men besides these had parted with the middle finger of the right hand. The chiefs went off with me to dinner, and I found a brisk trade carrying on at the ship for yams. Some plantains and breadfruit were likewise brought on board, but no hogs. In the afternoon more sailing canoes arrived, some of which contained not less than 90 passengers. We purchased 8 hogs, some dogs, fowls, and shaddocks. Yams were in great abundance, very fine and large. One yam weighed above 45 pounds. Among the people that came this afternoon were 2 of the name Tubal, which is a family of the first distinction among the Friendly Islands. One of them was chief of the island Lefuoga. With him and Tepa I went on shore to see the wooding place. I found a variety of sizable trees, but the kind with which I principally pitched upon was the Barringtonia of Foster. I acquainted Tepa with my intention of sending people to cut wood, which, meeting with his approbation, we parted. Saturday, 25. On the 25th at daylight the wooding and watering parties went on shore. I had directed them not to cut the kind of tree, Footnote: Exocaria agalocha Lin. Sp.Pl. called in the Malay language Kaja Mata Buta, which signifies the tree that wounds the eyes. End of footnote. which, when Captain Cook wooded here in 1777, blinded for a time many of the woodcutters. They had not been an hour on shore before one man had an axe stolen from him and another an adze. Tepa was applied to, who got the axe restored, but the adze was not recovered. In the evening we completed wooding. Sunday, 26. In the morning Nelson went on shore to get a few plants, but no principal chief being among the people, he was insulted, and a spade taken from him. A ship's grapple was likewise stolen from the watering party. Tepa recovered the spade for us, but the crowd of natives was become so great by the number of canoes that had arrived from different islands, that it was impossible to do anything where there was such a multitude of people without a chief of sufficient authority to command the whole. I therefore ordered the watering party to go on board and determined to sail, for I could not discover that any canoe had been sent to acquaint the chiefs of Tongataboo of our being here. For some time after the thefts were committed the chiefs kept away, but before noon they came on board. At noon we unmoored, and at 1 o'clock got under sail. The two Tubos, Kuno Kapo, Latoomai Lang, and another chief were on board, and I acquainted them that unless the grapple was returned they must remain in the ship. They were surprised and not a little alarmed. Canoes were immediately dispatched after the grapple, which I was informed could not possibly be brought to the ship before the next day, as those who had stolen it immediately sailed with their prize to another island. Nevertheless I detained them till sunset, when their uneasiness and impatience increased to such a degree that they began to beat themselves about the face and eyes, and some of them cried bitterly. As this distress was more than the grapple was worth, and I had no reason to imagine that they were privy to or in any manner connected in the theft, I could not think of detaining them any longer and called their canoes alongside. I then told them they were at liberty to go, and made each of them a present of a hatchet, a saw, with some knives, gimlets, and nails. This unexpected present, and the sudden change in their situation, affected them not less with joy than they had before been with apprehension. They were unbounded in their acknowledgments, and I have little doubt but that we parted better friends than if the affair had never happened. We stood to the northward all night with light winds. Monday, 27, and on the next day, the 27th, at noon, were between the islands Tofoa and Kotoo. Latitude observed 19 degrees 18 minutes south. Thus far the voyage had advanced in a course of uninterrupted prosperity, and had been attended with many circumstances equally pleasing and satisfactory. A very different scene was now to be experienced. A conspiracy had been formed which was to render all our past labour productive only of extreme misery and distress. The means had been concerted and prepared with so much secrecy and circumspection that no one circumstance appeared to occasion the smallest suspicion of the impending calamity. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea, Chapter 13. A Mutiny in the Ship. 1789, April, Monday, 27. We kept near the island Kotoo all the afternoon in hopes that some canoes would come off to the ship, but in this I was disappointed. The wind being northerly in the evening, we steered to the westward to pass to the south at Tofoa. I gave directions for this course to be continued during the night. The master had the first watch, the gunner the middle watch, and Mr. Christian the morning watch. This was the turn of duty for the night. Tuesday, 28. Just before sunrising, while I was yet asleep, Mr. Christian, with the master-at-arms, gunner's mate, and Thomas Burkitt, seaman, came into my cabin, and seizing me tied my hands with a cord behind my back, threatening me with instant death if I spoke or made the least noise. I however called as loud as I could in hopes of assistance, but they had already secured the officers who were not of their party by placing sentinels at their doors. There were 3 men at my cabin door besides the 4 within. Christian had only a cutlass in his hand, the others had muskets and bayonets. I was hauled out of bed and forced on deck in my shirt, suffering great pain from the tightness with which they had tied my hands. I demanded the reason of such violence, but received no other answer than abuse for not holding my tongue. The master, the gunner, the surgeon, Mr. Elphinstone, master's mate, and Nelson were kept confined below, and the fore hatchway was guarded by sentinels. The boatswain and carpenter, and also the clerk, Mr. Samuel, were allowed to come upon deck, where they saw me standing abaft the mizzenmast with my hands tied behind my back under a guard, with Christian at their head. The boatswain was ordered to hoist the launch out with a threat, if he did not do it instantly, to take care of himself. When the boat was out, Mr. Hayward and Mr. Hallett, 2 of the midshipmen, and Mr. Samuel were ordered into it. I demanded what their intention was in giving this order, and endeavoured to persuade the people near me not to persist in such acts of violence, but it was to no effect. "Hold your tongue, sir, or you are dead this instant," was constantly repeated to me. The master by this time had sent to request that he might come on deck, which was permitted, but he was soon ordered back again to his cabin. I continued my endeavours to turn the tide of affairs, when Christian changed the cutlass which he had in his hand for a bayonet that was brought to him, and, holding me with a strong grip by the cord that tied my hands, he with many oaths threatened to kill me immediately if I would not be quiet. The villains round me had their pieces cocked and bayonets fixed. Particular people were called on to go into the boat, and were hurried over the side, whence I concluded that with these people I was to be set adrift. I therefore made another effort to bring about a change, but with no other effect than to be threatened with having my brains blown out. The boatswain and seamen who were to go in the boat were allowed to collect twine, canvas, lines, sails, cordage, and 8 and 20-gallon cask of water, and Mr. Samuel got 150 pounds of bread, with a small quantity of rum and wine, also a quadrant and compass, but he was forbidden on pain of death to touch either map, ephemeris, book of astronomical observations, sextant, timekeeper, or any of my surveys or drawings. The mutineers having forced those of the seamen who they meant to get rid of into the boat, Christian directed a dram to be served to each of his own crew. I then unhappily saw that nothing could be done to effect the recovery of the ship. There was no one to assist me, and every endeavour on my part was answered with threats of death. The officers were next called upon deck and forced over the side into the boat, while I was kept apart from everyone, abaft the mizzenmast, Christian, armed with a bayonet, holding me by the bandage that secured my hands. The guard round me had their pieces cocked, but on my daring the ungrateful wretches to fire, they uncocked them. Isaac Martin, one of the guards over me, I saw had an inclination to assist me, and as he fed me with shaddock, my lips being quite parched, we explained our wishes to each other by our looks, but this being observed, Martin was removed from me. He then attempted to leave the ship, for which purpose he got into the boat, but with many threats they obliged him to return. The armourer, Joseph Coleman, and 2 of the carpenters, McIntosh and Norman, were also kept contrary to their inclination. They begged of me, after I was astern in the boat, to remember that they had declared they had no hand in the transaction. Michael Byrne, I am told, likewise wanted to leave the ship. It is of no moment for me to recount my endeavours to bring back the offenders to a sense of their duty. All I could do was by speaking to them in general, but it was to no purpose, for I was kept securely bound, and no one except the guard suffered to come near me. To Mr. Samuel I am indebted for securing my journals and commission with some material ship papers. Without these I had nothing to certify what I had done, and my honour and character might have been suspected without my possessing a proper document to have defended them. All this he did with great resolution, though guarded and strictly watched. He attempted to save the timekeeper, and a box with my surveys, drawings, and remarks for 15 years past, which were numerous, when he was hurried away with "Damn your eyes, you are well off to get what you have." It appeared to me that Christian was for some time in doubt whether he should keep the carpenter or his mates. At length he determined on the latter, and the carpenter was ordered into the boat. He was permitted, but not without some opposition, to take his tool chest. Much altercation took place among the mutinous crew during the whole business. Some swore, "I'll be damned if he does not find his way home, if he gets anything with him," meaning me; and when the carpenter's chest was carrying away, "Damn my eyes, he will have a vessel built in a month;" while others laughed at the helpless situation of the boat, being very deep and so little room for those who were in her. As for Christian, he seemed as if meditating destruction on himself and everyone else. I asked for arms, but they laughed at me, and said I was well acquainted with the people among whom I was going, and therefore did not want them. 4 cutlasses, however, were thrown into the boat after we were veered astern. The officers and men being in the boat, they only waited for me, of which the master-at-arms informed Christian, who then said, "Come, Captain Bligh, your officers and men are now in the boat, and you must go with them. If you attempt to make the least resistance, you will instantly be put to death." And without further ceremony, with a tribe of armed ruffians about me, I was forced over the side where they untied my hands. Being in the boat, we were veered astern by a rope. A few pieces of pork were thrown to us, and some clothes, also the cutlasses I have already mentioned. It was then that the armourer and carpenter called out to me to remember that they had no hand in the transaction. After having undergone a great deal of ridicule, and being kept some time to make sport for these unfeeling wretches, we were at length cast adrift in the open ocean. I had with me in the boat the following persons: John Fryer, master; Thomas Ledward, acting surgeon; David Nelson, botanist; William Peckover, gunner; William Cole, boatswain; William Purcell, carpenter; William Elphinston, master's mate; Thomas Hayward, John Howlett, midshipman; John Norton, Peter Linkletter, quartermasters; Lawrence Lebegeau, sailmaker; John Smith, Thomas Hall, cooks; George Simpson, quartermaster's mate; Robert Tinkler, a boy; Robert Lamb, butcher; Mr. Samuel, clerk. There remained on board the Bounty, Fletcher Christian, master's mate; Peter Haywood, Edward Young, George Stewart, midshipman; Charles Churchill, master-at-arms; John Mills, gunner's mate; James Morrison, boatswain's mate; Thomas Burkitt, Matthew Quintal, John Sumner, John Millward, William McCoy, Henry Hillbrand, Michael Bryn, William Musprat, Alexander Smith, John Williams, Thomas Ellison, Isaac Martin, Richard Skinner, Matthew Thompson, able seaman; William Brown, gardener; Joseph Coleman, armourer; Charles Norman, carpenter's mate; Thomas McIntosh, carpenter's crew. In all, 25 hands, and the most able men of the ship's company. Having little or no wind, we rowed pretty fast towards Tofoa, which bore northeast about 10 leagues from us. While the ship was in sight she steered to the west-northwest, but I considered this only as a feint, for when we were sent away, "Huzza for Otaheite" was frequently heard among the mutineers. Christian, the chief of the mutineers, is of a respectable family in the north of England. This was the 3rd voyage he had made with me, and, as I found it necessary to keep my ship's company at 3 watches, I had given him an order to take charge of the 3rd, his abilities being thoroughly equal to the task, and by this means the master and gunner were not at watch and watch. Heywood is also of a respectable family in the north of England, and a young man of abilities as well as Christian. These two had been objects of my particular regard and attention, and I had taken great pains to instruct them, having entertained hopes that as professional men they would have become a credit to their country. Young was well recommended, and had the look of an able, stout seaman. He however fell short of what his appearance promised. Stewart was a young man of creditable parents in the Orkneys, at which place on the return of the Resolution from the South Seas in 1780 we received so many civilities that on that account only I should gladly have taken him with me, but, independent of this recommendation, he was a seaman and had always borne a good character. Notwithstanding the roughness with which I was treated, the remembrance of past kindnesses produced some signs of remorse in Christian. When they were forcing me out of the ship I asked him if this treatment was a proper return for the many instances he had received of my friendship. He appeared disturbed at my question and answered with much emotion, "That, Captain Bligh, is the thing. I am in hell, I am in hell." As soon as I had time to reflect I felt an inward satisfaction which prevented any depression of my spirits. Conscious of my integrity and anxious solicitude for the good of the service in which I had been engaged, I found my mind wonderfully supported, and I began to conceive hopes, notwithstanding so heavy a calamity, that I should one day be able to account to my king and country for the misfortune. A few hours before my situation had been particularly flattering. I had a ship in the most perfect order and well stored with every necessary both for service and health. By early attention to those particulars I had as much as lay in my power, provided against any accident, in case I could not get through Endeavour Straits, as well as against what might befall me in them. Add to this the plants had been successfully preserved in the most flourishing state, so that upon the whole the voyage was 2/3 completed, and the remaining part to all appearances in a very promising way. Every person on board being in perfect health, to establish which was ever amongst the principal objects of my intention. It will very naturally be asked, what could be the reason for such a revolt? In answer to which I can only conjecture that the mutineers had flattered themselves with the hopes of a more happy life among the Otaheitans than they could possibly enjoy in England, and this, joined to some female connections, most probably occasioned the whole transaction. The women at Otaheite are handsome, mild and cheerful in their manners and conversation, possessed of great sensibility, and have sufficient delicacy to make them admired and beloved. The chiefs were so much attached to our people that they rather encouraged their stay among them than otherwise, and even made them promises of large possessions. Under these, and many other attendant circumstances equally desirable, it is now perhaps not so much to be wondered at, though scarcely possible to have been foreseen, that a set of sailors, most of them void of connections, should be led away, especially when, in addition to such powerful inducements, they imagined it in their power to fix themselves in the midst of plenty, on one of the finest islands in the world, where they need not labour, and where the allurements of dissipation are beyond anything that can be conceived. The utmost, however, that any commander could have supposed to have happened is that some of the people would have been tempted to desert. But, if it should be asserted that a commander is to guard against an act of mutiny and piracy in his own ship more than by the common rules of service, it is as much to say that he must sleep locked up, and when awake be girded with pistols. Desertions have happened more or less from most of the ships that have been at the Society Islands, but it has always been in the commander's power to make the chiefs return their people. The knowledge, therefore, that it was unsafe to desert, perhaps first led mine to consider with what ease so small a ship might be surprised, and that so favourable an opportunity would never offer to them again. The secrecy of this mutiny is beyond all conception. 13 of the party who were with me had always lived forward among the seamen, yet neither they nor the messmates of Christian, Stewart, Hayward, and Young had ever observed any circumstances that made them in the least suspect what was going on. To such a close-planned act of villainy, my mind being entirely free from any suspicion, it is not wonderful that I fell a sacrifice. Perhaps if there had been marines on board, a sentinel at my cabin door might have prevented it, for I slept with the door always open that the officer of the watch might have access to me on all occasions, the possibility of such a conspiracy being ever the farthest from my thoughts. Had their mutiny been occasioned by any grievances, either real or imaginary, I must have discovered symptoms of their discontent, which would have put me on my guard. But the case was far otherwise. Christian in particular I was on the most friendly terms with. That very day he was engaged to have dined with me, and the preceding night he excused himself from supping with me on the pretence of being unwell, for which I felt concerned, having no suspicions of his integrity or honour. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh. Chapter 14. Proceed in the launch to the island Tafoya. Difficulty in obtaining supplies there. Treacherous attack of the natives. Escape to sea and bear away for New Holland. 1789. April. My first determination was to seek a supply of breadfruit and water at Tafoya, and afterwards to sail for Tongataboo, and there risk a solicitation to Poulaho, the king, to equip our boat and grant us a supply of water and provisions, so as to enable us to reach the East Indies. The quantity of provisions I found in the boat was 150 pounds of bread, 16 pieces of pork, each piece weighing 2 pounds, 6 quarts of rum, 6 bottles of wine, with 28 gallons of water, and 4 empty barbacoas. Fortunately, it was calm all the afternoon till about 4 o'clock, when we were so far to windward that, with a moderate easterly breeze which sprung up, we were able to sail. It was nevertheless dark when we got to Tofoa, where I expected to land, but the shore proved to be so steep and rocky that we were obliged to give up all thoughts of it and keep the boat under the lee of the island with 2 oars, for there was no anchorage. Having fixed on this mode of proceeding for the night, I served to every person half a pint of grog, and each took to his rest as well as our unhappy situation would allow. Wednesday, 29. In the morning at dawn of day we rowed along shore in search of a landing place, and about 10 o'clock we discovered a cove with a stony beach at the northwest part of the island, where I dropped the grapple within 20 yards of the rocks. A great surf ran on the shore, but, as I was unwilling to diminish our stock of provisions, I landed Mr. Samuel and some others, who climbed the cliffs and got into the country to search for supplies. The rest of us remained at the cove, not discovering any other way into the country than that by which Mr. Samuel had proceeded. It was great consolation to me to find that the spirits of my people did not sink, notwithstanding our miserable and almost hopeless situation. Towards noon Mr. Samuel returned with a few quarts of water which he had found in holes, but he had met with no spring or any prospect of a sufficient supply in that particular, and had seen only the signs of inhabitants. As it was uncertain what might be our future necessities, I only issued a morsel of bread and a glass of wine to each person for dinner. I observed the latitude of this cove to be 19 degrees 41 minutes south. This is the northwest part of Tafoya, the northwesternmost of the Friendly Islands. The weather was fair, but the wind blew so strong from the east-southeast that we could not venture to sea. Our detention made it absolutely necessary to endeavour to obtain something towards our support, for I was determined, if possible, to keep our first stock entire. We therefore weighed and rowed along shore to see if anything could be got, and at last discovered some coconut trees, but they were on top of high precipices and the surf made a dangerous landing, Both one and the other, however, we got the better of. Some of the people with much difficulty climbed the cliffs and got about 20 coconuts, and others flung them to ropes, by which we hauled them through the surf into the boat. This was all that could be done here, and as I found no place so safe as the one we had left to spend the night at, I returned to the cove, and, having served a coconut to each person, we went to rest again in the boat. Thursday, 30. At daylight we attempted to put to sea, but the wind and weather proved so bad that I was glad to return to our former station, where, after issuing a morsel of bread and a spoonful of rum to each person, we landed, and I went off with Mr. Nelson, Mr. Samuel, and some others, into the country, having hauled ourselves up the precipice by long vines which were fixed there by the natives for that purpose, this being the only way into the country. We found a few deserted huts and a small plantain walk but little taken care of, from which we could collect only 3 small bunches of plantains. After passing this place we came to a deep gully that led towards a mountain near a volcano, and, as I conceived that in the rainy season very great torrents of water must pass through it, we hoped to find sufficient for our use remaining in some holes of the rocks; but after all our search the hole that we collected was only 9 gallons. We advanced within 2 miles of the foot of the highest mountain in the island, on which is the volcano that is almost constantly burning. The country near it is covered with lava and has a most dreary appearance. As we had not been fortunate in our discoveries, and saw nothing to alleviate our distresses except the plantains and water above mentioned, we returned to the boat exceedingly fatigued and faint. When I came to the precipice whence we were to descend into the cove, I was seized with such a dizziness in my head that I thought it scarce possible to effect it; however, by the assistance of Nelson and others, they at last got me down in a weak condition. Every person being returned by noon, I gave about an ounce of pork and 2 plantains to each, with half a glass of wine. I have again observed the latitude of this place 19 degrees 41 minutes south. The people who remained by the boat I directed to look for fish or what they could pick up about the rocks, but nothing edible could be found, so that upon the whole we considered ourselves on as miserable a spot of land as could well be imagined. I could not say positively from the former knowledge I had of this island whether it was inhabited or not, but I knew it was considered inferior to the other islands, and I was not certain but that the Indians only resorted to it at particular times. I was very anxious to ascertain this point for, in case there had been only a few people here, and those could have furnished us with but very moderate supplies, the remaining in this spot to have made preparations for our voyage would have been preferable to the risk of going amongst multitudes, where perhaps we might lose everything. A party therefore sufficiently strong I determined should go another route as soon as the sun became lower, and they cheerfully undertook it. About 2 in the afternoon the party set out, but, after suffering much fatigue, they returned in the evening without any kind of success. At the head of the cove, about 150 yards from the water side, there was a cave. The distance across the stony beach was about 100 yards, and from the country into the cove there was no other way than that which I have already described. The situation secured us from the danger of being surprised, and I determined to remain on shore for the night with a part of my people, that the others might have more room to rest in the boat with the master, whom I directed to lie at a grapple and be watchful in case we should be attacked. I ordered 1 plantain for each person to be boiled, and having supped on this scanty allowance with 1/4 of a pint of grog, and fixed the watches for the night, those whose turn it was laid down to sleep in the cave, before which we kept up a good fire, yet notwithstanding we were much troubled with flies and mosquitoes. May, Friday, 1. At dawn of day the party set out again in a different route to see what they could find, in the course of which they suffered greatly for want of water. They however met with 2 men, a woman, and a child. The men came with them to the cove and brought 2 coconut shells of water. I endeavored to make friends of these people and sent them away for breadfruit, plantains, and water. Soon after other natives came to us, and by noon there were 30 about us, from whom we obtained a small supply, but I could only afford 1 ounce of pork and a quarter of a breadfruit to each man for dinner, with half a pint of water, for I was fixed in my resolution not to use any of the bread or water in the boat. No particular chief was yet among the natives. They were notwithstanding tractable, and behaved honestly, exchanging the provisions they brought for a few buttons and beads. The party who had been out informed me of their having seen several neat plantations, so that it remained no longer a doubt of there being settled inhabitants on the island, for which reason I determined to get what I could, and to sail the first moment that the wind and weather would allow us to put to sea. I was much puzzled in what manner to account to the natives for the loss of my ship. I knew they had too much sense to be amused with the story that the ship was to join me, for she was not in sight from the hills. I was at first doubtful whether I should tell the real fact or say that the ship had overset and sunk and that we only were saved. The latter appeared to be the most proper and advantageous for us, and I accordingly instructed my people that we might all agree in one story. As I expected, inquiries were made about the ship, and they seemed readily satisfied with our account, but there did not appear to be the least symptom of joy or sorrow in their faces, though I fancied I discovered some marks of surprise. Some of the natives were coming and going the whole afternoon, and we got enough of breadfruit, plantains, and coconuts for another day, but of water they brought us only about 5 pints. A canoe also came in with 4 men and brought a few coconuts and breadfruit, which I bought as I had done the rest. Nails were much inquired after, but I would not suffer any to be shown, as they were wanted for the use of the boat. Towards evening I had the satisfaction to find our stock of provisions somewhat increased, but the natives did not appear to have much to spare. What they brought was in such small quantities that I had no reason to hope we should be able to procure from them sufficient to stock us for our voyage. At sunset all the natives left us in quiet possession of the cove. I thought this was a good sign, and made no doubt that they would come again the next day with a better supply of food and water, with which I hoped to sail without further delay; for if in attempting to get to Tongataboo we should be driven to leeward of the islands, there would be a larger quantity of provisions to support us against such a misfortune. At night I served a quarter of a breadfruit and a coconut to each person for supper, and, a good fire being made, all but the watch went to sleep. Saturday, 2. At daybreak the next morning I was pleased to find everyone's spirits a little revived, and that they no longer regarded me with those anxious looks which had constantly been directed towards me since we lost sight of the ship. Every countenance appeared to have a degree of cheerfulness, and they all seemed determined to do their best. As there was no certainty of our being supplied with water by the natives, I sent a party among the gullies in the mountains with empty shells to see what could be found. In their absence the natives came about us as I expected, and in greater numbers. 2 canoes also came in from round the north side of the island. In one of these was an elderly chief called Makakakawa. Soon after some of our foraging party returned, and with them came a good-looking chief called Eegeeafo, or perhaps more properly Eefo Eig or Ehee, signifying a chief. To each of these men I made a present of an old shirt and a knife, and I soon found that they had either seen me or heard of my being at Annamooka. They knew I had been with Captain Cook, who they inquired after, and also Captain Clerk. They were very inquisitive to know in what manner I had lost my ship. During this conversation a young man named Nagaete appeared, whom I remembered to have seen at Annamooka. He expressed much pleasure at our meeting. I inquired after Poulaho and Feeno, who they said were at Tongataboo, and Eefo agreed to accompany me thither if I would wait till the weather moderated. The readiness and affability of this man gave me much satisfaction. This, however, was but of short duration, for the natives began to increase in number, and I observed some symptoms of a design against us. Soon after they attempted to haul the boat on shore, on which I brandished my cutlass in a threatening manner and spoke to Eefo to desire them to desist, which they did, and everything became quiet again. My people, who had been in the mountains, now returned with about 3 gallons of water. I kept buying up the little breadfruit that was brought to us, and likewise some spears to arm my men with, having only 4 cutlasses, 2 of which were in the boat. As we had no means of improving our situation, I told our people I would wait till sunset, by which time perhaps something might happen in our favour. For if we attempted to go at present we must fight our way through, which we could do more advantageously at night, and that in the meantime we would endeavour to get off to the boat what we had bought. The beach was lined with the natives, and we heard nothing but the knocking of stones together which they had in each hand. I knew very well this was the sign of an attack. At noon I served a coconut and a breadfruit to each person for dinner, and gave some to the chiefs, with whom I continued to appear intimate and friendly. They frequently importuned me to sit down, but I as constantly refused, for it occurred both to Nelson and myself that they intended to seize hold of me if I gave them such an opportunity. Keeping therefore constantly on our guard, we were suffered to eat our uncomfortable meal in some quietness. After dinner we began by little and little to get our things into the boat, which was a troublesome business on account of the surf. I carefully watched the motions of the natives, who continued to increase in number, and found that, instead of their intention being to leave us, fires were made, and places fixed on for their stay during the night. Consultations were also held among them, and everything assured me we would be attacked. I sent orders to the master that when he saw us coming down he should keep the boat close to the shore, that we might more readily embark. I had my journal on shore with me, writing the occurrences in the cave, and on sending it down to the boat it was nearly snatched away but for the timely assistance of the gunner. The sun was near setting when I gave the word, on which every person who was on shore with me boldly took up his proportion of things and carried them to the boat. The chiefs asked me if I would not stay with them all night. I said, "No, I never sleep out of my boat, but in the morning we will again trade with you, and I shall remain till the weather is moderate that we may go, as we have agreed, to see Poulaho at Tongataboo." Maka'akavau then got up and said, "You will not sleep on shore? Then Mati," which directly signifies we will kill you, and he left me. The onset was now preparing. Everyone, as I had described before, kept knocking stones together, and Eefo quitted me. All but 2 or 3 things were in the boat, when I took Nageete by the hand and we walked down the beach, everyone in a silent kind of horror. While I was seeing the people embark, Nageete wanted me to speak to Eefo, but I found he was encouraging them to the attack, and it was my determination, if they had then begun, to have killed him for his treacherous behaviour. I ordered the carpenter not to quit me till the other people were in the boat. Nageete, finding I would not stay, loosed himself from my hold and went off, and we all got into the boat except one man, who, while I was getting on board, quitted it and ran up the beach to cast the stern fast off, notwithstanding the master and others called him to return while they were hauling me out of the water. I was no sooner in the boat than the attack began by about 200 men. The unfortunate poor man who had run up the beach was knocked down, and the stones flew like a shower of shot. Many Indians got hold of the stern rope and were near hauling the boat on shore, which they would certainly have effected if I had not had a knife in my pocket with which I cut the rope. We then hauled off to the grapnel, everybody being more or less hurt. At this time I saw 5 of the natives about the poor man they had killed, and 2 of them were beating him about the head with stones in their hands. We had no time to reflect, for to my surprise they filled their canoes with stones, and 12 men came off after us to renew the attack, which they did so effectually as nearly to disable us all. Our grapnel was foul, but Providence here assisted us. The fluke broke and we got to our oars and pulled to sea. They, however, could paddle round us, so that we were obliged to sustain the attack without being able to return it, except with such stones as lodged in the boat, and in this I found we were very inferior to them. We could not close because our boat was lumbered and heavy, of which they knew how to take advantage. I therefore adopted the expedients of throwing overboard some clothes, which, as I expected, they stopped to pick up, and as it was by this time almost dark, they gave over the attack and returned towards the shore, leaving us to reflect on our unhappy situation. The poor man killed by the natives was John Norton. This was the second voyage with me as a quartermaster, and his worthy character made me lament his loss very much. He has left an aged parent, I am told, whom he supported. I once before sustained an attack of a similar nature with a smaller number of Europeans against a multitude of Indians. It was after the death of Captain Cook and the Morai at Owhyhee, where I was left by Lieutenant King. Yet notwithstanding this experience, I had not an idea that the power of a man's arm could throw stones from 2 to 8 pounds weight with such force and exactness as these people did. Here, unhappily, we were without firearms, which the Indians knew, and it was a fortunate circumstance that they did not begin to attack us in the cave, for in that case our destruction must have been inevitable, and we should have had nothing left for it but to sell our lives as dearly as we could, in which I found everyone cheerfully disposed to concur. This appearance of resolution deterred them, supposing that they could effect their purpose without risk after we were in the boat. Taking this as a sample of the disposition of the natives, there was but little reason to expect much benefit by persevering in the attempt of visiting Poulaho, for I considered their good behaviour formerly to have proceeded from a dread of our firearms, and which therefore was likely to cease, as they knew we were now destitute of them, and even supposing our lives not in danger, the boat and everything we had would most probably be taken from us, and therefore all hopes precluded of ever being able to return to our native country. We set our sails and steered along shore by the west side of the island Tofoa, the wind blowing fresh from the eastward. My mind was employed in considering what was best to be done when I was solicited by all hands to take them towards home, and when I told them that no hopes of relief for us remained, except what might be found at New Holland, till I came to Timor, a distance of full 1,200 leagues, where there was a Dutch settlement, but in what part of the island I knew not. They all agreed to live on 1 ounce of bread and 1/4 of a pint of water per day. Therefore, after examining our stock of provisions and recommending to them in the most solemn manner not to depart from their promise, we bore away across the sea where the navigation is but little known, in a small boat 23 feet long from stem to stern, deep laden with 18 men. I was happy, however, to see that everyone seemed better satisfied with our situation than myself. Our stock of provisions consisted of about 150 pounds of bread, 28 gallons of water, 20 pounds of pork, 3 bottles of wine, and 5 quarts of rum. The difference between this and the quantity we had on leaving the ship was principally owing to our loss in the bustle and confusion of the attack. A few coconuts were in the boat, and some breadfruit, but the latter was trampled to pieces. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh, Chapter 15. Passage towards New Holland. Islands discovered in our route. Our great distresses. See the reefs of New Holland, and find a passage through them. 1789, May. It was about 8 o'clock at night when we bore away under a reefed lug foresail, and having divided the people into watches and got the boat in a little order, we returned God thanks for our miraculous preservation, and, fully confident of his gracious support, I found my mind more at ease than it had been for some time past. Sunday, 3. At daybreak the gale increased, the sun rose very fiery and red, a sure indication of a severe gale of wind. At 8 it blew a violent storm and the sea ran very high, so that between the seas the sail was becalmed, and when on top of the sea it was too much to have set. But we could not venture to take in the sail, for we were in very imminent danger and distress, the seas curling over the stern of the boat, which obliged us to bail with all our might. A situation more distressing has perhaps seldom been experienced. Our bread was in bags and in danger of being spoiled by the wet. To be starved to death was inevitable if this could not be prevented. I therefore began to examine what clothes there were in the boat, and what other things could be spared, and, having determined that only 2 suits should be kept for each person, the rest was thrown overboard with some rope and spare sails, which lightened the boat considerably, and we had more room to bail the water out. Fortunately the carpenter had a good chest in the boat, in which we secured the bread the first favourable moment. His tool chest also was cleared, and the tools stowed in the bottom of the boat, so that this became a second convenience. I served a teaspoonful of rum to each person, for we were very wet and cold, with a quarter of a breadfruit, which was scarcely edible, for dinner. Our engagement was now strictly to be carried into execution, and I was fully determined to make our provisions last 8 weeks, let the daily portions be ever so small. At noon I considered our course and distance from Tofoa to be west-northwest, 3/4 west, 86 miles, latitude 19 degrees 27 minutes south. I directed the course to the west-northwest that we might get a sight of the islands called Fiji if they laid in the direction the natives had pointed out to me. The weather continued very severe, the wind veering from northeast to east-southeast. The sea ran higher than in the forenoon, and the fatigue of bailing to keep the boat from filling was exceedingly great. We could do nothing more than keep before the sea, in the course of which the boat performed so well that I no longer dreaded any danger in that respect. But among the hardships we were to undergo, that of being constantly wet was not the least. Monday, 4. The night was very cold, and at daylight our limbs were so benumbed that we could scarcely find the use of them. At this time I served a teaspoonful of rum to each person, from which we all found great benefit. As I have mentioned before, I determined to keep to the west-northwest till I got more to the northward, for I not only expected to have better weather, but to see the Fiji Islands, as I have often understood from the natives of Annamooka that they lie in that direction. Captain Cook likewise considered them to be northwest by west from Tongataboo. Just before noon we discovered a small flat island of a moderate height bearing west-southwest 4 or 5 leagues. I observed our latitude to be 18 degrees 58 minutes south. Our longitude was by account 3 degrees 4 minutes west from the island of Tofoa, having made a north 72 degrees west course, distance 95 miles, since yesterday noon. I divided 5 small coconuts for our dinner, and everyone was satisfied. A little after noon other islands appeared, and at 3:15 o'clock we could count 8, bearing from the south, round by the west, to northwest by north, those to the south which were the nearest being 4 leagues distant from us. I kept my course to the northwest by west between the islands, the gale having considerably abated. At 6 o'clock we discovered 3 other small islands to the northwest. The westernmost of them bore northwest half west 7 leagues. I steered to the southward of these islands, a west-northwest course for the night under a reefed sail. served a few broken pieces of breadfruit for supper, and performed prayers. The night turned out fair, and having had tolerable rest, everyone seemed considerably better in the morning, and contentedly breakfasted on a few pieces of yams that were found in the boat. After breakfast we examined our bread, a great deal of which was damaged and rotten. This, nevertheless, we were glad to keep for use. I had hitherto been scarcely able to keep any account of our run, but we now equipped ourselves a little better by getting a log line marked, and, having practised at counting seconds, several could do it with some degree of exactness. The islands we had passed lie between the latitude of 19 degrees 5 minutes south and 18 degrees 19 minutes south, and according to my reckoning, from 3 degrees 17 minutes to 3 degrees 46 minutes west longitude from the island Tofoa. The largest may be about 6 leagues in circuit, but it is impossible for me to be very correct. To show where they are to be found again is the most my situation enabled me to do. The sketch I have made will give a comparative view of their extent. I believe all the larger islands are inhabited, as they appeared very fertile. At noon I observed in latitude 18 degrees 10 seconds south, and considered my course and distance from yesterday noon northwest by west half west 94 miles, longitude by account from Tofoa 4 degrees 29 minutes west. For dinner I served some of the damaged bread and a quarter of a pint of water. About 6 o'clock in the afternoon we discovered 2 islands, one bearing west by south 6 leagues and the other northwest by north 8 leagues. I kept to the windward of the northernmost, and passing by it at 10 o'clock I resumed our course to the northwest and west-northwest for the night. Wednesday, 6. The weather was fair and the wind moderate all day from the east-northeast. At daylight a number of other islands were in sight from south-southeast to the west and round to the northeast by east. Between those and the northwest I determined to pass. At noon a small sandy island, or key, 2 miles distant from me, bore from east to south 3/4 west. I had passed 10 islands, the largest of which I judged to be 6 or 8 leagues in circuit. Much larger lands appeared in southwest and north-northwest, between which I directed my course. Latitude observed 17 degrees 17 minutes south, course since yesterday noon north 50 degrees west, distance 84 miles, longitude made by account 5 degrees 37 minutes west. Our allowance for the day was a quarter of a pint of coconut milk and the meat, which did not exceed 2 ounces to each person. It was received very contentedly, but we suffered great drought. I durst not venture to land as we had no arms and were less capable of defending ourselves than we were at Tofoa. To keep an account of the boat's run was rendered difficult from being constantly wet with the sea breaking over us, but, as we advanced towards the land, the sea became smoother, and I was enabled to form a sketch of the islands which will serve to give a general knowledge of their extent and position. Those we were near appeared fruitful and hilly, some very mountainous, and all of a good height. To our great joy we hooked a fish, but we were miserably disappointed by its being lost in trying to get it into the boat. We continued steering to the northwest between the islands, which by the evening appeared of considerable extent, woody and mountainous. At sunset the southernmost bore from the south to southwest by west, and the northernmost from north by west half west to northeast half east. At 6 o'clock we were nearly midway between them, and about 6 leagues distant from each shore, when we fell in with a coral bank, on which we had only 4 feet water, without the least break on it or ruffle of the sea to give us warning. I could see that it extended about a mile on each side of us, but as it is probable that it may extend much further, I have laid it down so in my sketch. I directed the course west by north for the night and served to each person an ounce of the damaged bread and a quarter of a pint of water for supper. As our lodgings were very miserable and confined for want of room, I endeavoured to remedy the latter defect by putting ourselves at watch and watch, so that one half always sat up while the other lay down on the boat's bottom or upon a chest, with nothing to cover us but the heavens. Our limbs were dreadfully cramped, for we could not stretch them out, and the nights were so cold, and we so constantly wet, that after a few hours' sleep we could scarce move. Thursday, 7. At dawn of day we again discovered land from west-southwest to west-northwest, and another island north-northwest, the latter a high, round lump but of little extent. The southern land that we had passed in the night was still in sight. Being very wet and cold, I served a spoonful of rum and a morsel of bread for breakfast. The land in the west was distinguished by some extraordinary high rocks which, as we approached them, assumed a variety of forms. The country appeared to be agreeably interspersed with high and low land, and in some places covered with wood. Off the northeast part lay some small rocky islands, between which and an island 4 leagues to the northeast I directed my course, but a lee current very unexpectedly set us very near to the rocky isles, and we could only get clear of it by rowing, passing close to the reef that surrounded them. At this time we observed 2 large sailing canoes coming swiftly after us along shore, and, being apprehensive of their intentions, we rowed with some anxiety, fully sensible of our weak and defenceless state. At noon it was calm and the weather cloudy. My latitude is therefore doubtful to 3 or 4 miles. Our course since yesterday noon, northwest by west, distant 79 miles, latitude by account 16 degrees 29 minutes south, and longitude by account from Tafoya 6 degrees 46 minutes west. Being constantly wet, it was with the utmost difficulty I could open a book to write, and I am sensible that what I have done can only serve to point out where these lands are to be found again, and give an idea of their extent. All the afternoon we had light winds at north-northeast. The weather was very rainy, attended with thunder and lightning. Only one of the canoes gained upon us, which by 3 o'clock in the afternoon was not more than 2 miles off, when she gave over chase. If I may judge from the sail of these vessels, they are of a similar construction with those at the Friendly Islands, which, with the nearness of their situation, gives reason to believe that they are the same kind of people. Whether these canoes had any hostile intention against us must remain a doubt. Perhaps we might have benefited by an intercourse with them, but in our defenceless situation to have made the experiment would have been risking too much. I imagine these to be the islands called Fiji, as their extent, direction, and distance from the Friendly Islands answers to the description given of them by those islanders. Heavy rain came on at 4 o'clock, when every person did their utmost to catch some water, and we increased our stock to 34 gallons, besides quenching our thirst for the first time since we had been at sea. But an attendant consequence made us pass the night very miserably, for, being extremely wet and having no dry things to shift or cover us, we experienced cold and shivering scarcely to be conceived. Most fortunately for us the forenoon turned out fair, and we stripped and dried our clothes. The allowance I issued today was 1.5 ounces of pork, a teaspoonful of rum, half a pint of coconut milk, and 1 ounce of bread. The rum, though so small in quantity, was of the greatest service. A fishing line was generally towing from the stern of the boat, but though we saw great numbers of fish, we could never catch one. At noon I observed in latitude 16 degrees 4 minutes south, and found we had made a course from yesterday noon, north 62 degrees west, distance 62 miles, longitude by account from Tafoya 7 degrees 42 minutes west. The land passed yesterday and the day before is a group of islands, 14 or 16 in number, lying between the latitude of 16 degrees 26 minutes south and 17 degrees 57 minutes south, and in longitude, by my account, 4 degrees 47 minutes to 7 degrees 17 minutes west from Tafoya. 3 of these islands are very large, having from 30 to 40 leagues of sea coast. In the afternoon we cleaned out the boat, and it employed us till sunset to get everything dry and in order. Hitherto I had issued the allowance by guess, but I now made a pair of scales with 2 coconut shells, and having accidentally some pistol balls in the boat, 25 of which weighed 1 pound or 16 ounces, I adopted one. Footnote: it weighed 272 grains. End of footnote. Note from reader: 272 grains, or 1/25 of a pound, equals about 18 grams. Pretty slim ration, no matter how you slice it. End of note. I adopted one, as the proportion of weight that each person should receive of bread at the times I served it. I also amused all hands with describing the situation in New Guinea and New Holland, and gave them every information in my power, that in case any accident happened to me, those who survived might have some idea of what they were about, and be able to find their way to Timor, which at present they knew nothing of more than the name, and some not even that. At night I served a quarter of a pint of water and half an ounce of bread for supper. Saturday, 9. In the morning a quarter of a pint of coconut milk and some of the decayed bread was served for breakfast, and for dinner I divided the meat of 4 coconuts with the remainder of the rotten bread, which was only edible by such distressed people. At noon I observed the latitude to be 15 degrees 47 minutes south, course since yesterday north 75 degrees west, distance 64 miles, longitude made by account 8 degrees 45 minutes west. In the afternoon I fitted a pair of shrouds for each mast, and contrived a canvas weather cloth round the boat, and raised the quarters about 9 inches by nailing on the seats of the stern sheets, which proved of great benefit to us. The wind had been moderate all day in the southeast quarter with fine weather, but about 9 o'clock in the evening the clouds began to gather, and we had a prodigious fall of rain with severe thunder and lightning. By midnight we caught about 20 gallons of water. Being miserably wet and cold, I served to the people a teaspoonful of rum each to enable them to bear with their distressed situation. The weather continued extremely bad, and the wind increased. We spent a very miserable night without sleep, except such as could be got in the midst of rain. The day brought no relief, but its light. The sea broke over us so much that 2 men were constantly bailing, and we had no choice how to steer, being obliged to keep before the waves for fear of the boat filling. The allowance now regularly served to each person was 1/25 of a pound of bread and a quarter of a pint of water at 8 in the morning, at noon, and at sunset. Today I gave about half an ounce of pork for dinner, which, though any moderate person would have considered only as a mouthful, was divided into 3 or 4. The rain abated towards noon, and I observed the latitude to be 15 degrees 17 minutes south, course north 67 degrees west, distance 78 miles, longitude made 10 degrees west. The wind continued strong from south-southeast to southeast with very squally weather and a high breaking sea, so that we were miserably wet and suffered great cold in the night. Monday, 11. In the morning at daybreak I served to every person a teaspoonful of rum, our limbs being so cramped that we could scarce move them. Our situation was now extremely dangerous, with the sea frequently running over our stern, which kept us bailing with all our strength. At noon the sun appeared, which gave us as much pleasure as in a winter's day in England. I issued the 25th of a pound of bread and a quarter of a pint of water, as yesterday. Latitude observed 14 degrees 50 minutes south, course north 71 degrees west, distance 102 miles, and longitude by account 11 degrees 39 minutes west from Tafoya. In the evening it rained hard, and we again experienced a dreadful night. Tuesday, 12. At length the day came and showed to me a miserable set of beings, full of wants, without anything to relieve them. Some complained of great pain in their bowels, and everyone of having almost lost the use of his limbs. The little sleep we got was no ways refreshing as we were covered with sea and rain. I served a spoonful of rum at day dawn and the usual allowance of bread and water for breakfast, dinner, and supper. At noon it was almost calm, no sun to be seen, and some of us shivering with cold. Course since yesterday west by north, distance 89 miles, latitude by account 14 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude made 13 degrees 9 minutes west. The direction of our course was to pass to the northward of the New Hebrides. The wet weather continued, and in the afternoon the wind came from the southward, blowing fresh in squalls. As there was no prospect of getting our clothes dried, I recommended to everyone to strip and wring them through the salt water, by which means they received a warmth that while wet with rain they could not have. This afternoon we saw a kind of fruit on the water which Nelson told me was the Barringtonia of Foster, and as I saw the same again in the morning and some men of war birds, I was led to believe that we were not far from land. We continued constantly shipping seas and bailing, and were very wet and cold in the night, but I could not afford the allowance of rum at daybreak. Wednesday, 13. At noon I had a sight of the sun, latitude 14 degrees 17 minutes south. Course west by north 79 miles, longitude made 14 degrees 28 minutes west. All this day we were constantly shipping water and suffered much cold and shiverings in the night. Thursday, 14. Fresh gales at southeast and gloomy weather with rain and a high sea. At 6 in the morning we saw land from southwest by south 8 leagues to northwest by west 3/4 west 6 leagues, which soon after appeared to be 4 islands, one of them much larger than the others, and all of them high and remarkable. At noon we discovered a small island and some rocks bearing northwest by north 4 leagues, and another island west 8 leagues, so that the whole were 6 in number. The 4 I had first seen bearing from south half east to southwest by south, our distance 3 leagues from the nearest island. My latitude observed was 13 degrees 29 minutes south, and longitude by account from Tafoya 15 degrees 49 minutes west. Course since yesterday noon north 63 degrees west, distance 89 miles. At 4 in the afternoon we passed the westernmost island. Friday, 15. At 1 in the morning another island was discovered bearing west-northwest 5 leagues distance, and at 8 o'clock we saw it for the last time bearing northeast 7 leagues. A number of gannets, boobies, and men of war birds were seen. These islands lie between the latitude of 13 degrees 16 minutes and 14 degrees 10 minutes south. Their longitude, according to my reckoning, is 15 degrees 51 minutes to 17 degrees 6 minutes west from the island Tafoya. Footnote: by making a proportional allowance for error afterwards found in the dead reckoning, I estimate the longitude to these islands to be from 167 degrees 17 minutes east to 168 degrees 34 minutes east from Greenwich. End of footnote. The largest island I judged to be about 20 leagues in circuit, the others 5 or 6. The easternmost is the smallest island and most remarkable, having a high sugar-loaf hill. The sight of these islands served only to increase the misery of our situation. We were very little better than starving with plenty in view, yet to attempt procuring any relief was attended with so much danger that prolonging of life, even in the midst of misery, was thought preferable, while there remained hope of being able to surmount our hardships. For my part I consider the general run of cloudy and wet weather to be a blessing of Providence. Hot weather would have caused us to have died with thirst, and probably being so constantly covered with rain or sea protected us from that dreadful calamity. As I had nothing to assist my memory, I could not then determine whether these islands were a part of the New Hebrides or not, I believe them to be a new discovery which I have since found true, but, though they were not seen by either Monsieur Bougainville or Captain Cook, they are so nearly in the neighbourhood of the New Hebrides that they must be considered part of the same group. They are fertile and inhabited, as we saw smoke in several places. The wind was at southeast with rainy weather all day. The night was very dark, not a star could be seen to steer by, and the sea broke continually over us. I found it necessary to counteract as much as possible the effect of the southerly winds to prevent being driven too near New Guinea, for in general we were forced to keep so much before the sea that if we had not, at intervals of moderate weather, steered a more southerly course, we should inevitably from a continuance of the gales have been thrown inside of that coast, in which case there would most probably have been an end to our voyage. Saturday, 16. In addition to our miserable allowance of 1/25 of a pound of bread and a quarter of a pint of water, I issued for dinner about an ounce of salt pork to each person. I was often solicited for this pork, but I considered it more proper to issue it in small quantities than suffer it to be all used at once or twice, which would have been done if I had allowed it. At noon I observed in 13 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude made from Tafoya 19 degrees 27 minutes west, course north 82 degrees west, distance 101 miles. The sun breaking out through the clouds gave us hopes of drying our wet clothes, but the sunshine was of short duration. We had strong breezes at southeast by south and dark, gloomy weather with storms of thunder, lightning, and rain. The night was truly horrible and not a star to be seen, so that our steerage was uncertain. Sunday, 17. At dawn of day I found every person complaining, and some of them solicited extra allowance which I positively refused. Our situation was miserable, always wet, and suffering extreme cold in the night without the least shelter from the weather. Being constantly obliged to bail to keep the boat from filling was perhaps not to be reckoned an evil, as it gave us exercise. The little rum we had was of great service. When our nights were particularly distressing I generally served a teaspoonful or two to each person, and it was always joyful tidings when they heard of my intentions. At noon a waterspout was nearly on board of us. I issued an ounce of pork in addition to the allowance of bread and water, but before we began to eat every person stripped, and having wrung their clothes through the sea water found much warmth and refreshment. Course since yesterday noon west-southwest, distance 100 miles. Latitude by account 14 degrees 11 minutes south, and longitude made 21 degrees 3 minutes west. The night was dark and dismal, the sea constantly breaking over us and nothing but the wind and waves to direct our steerage. It was my intention if possible to make New Holland to the southward of Endeavour Straits, being sensible that it was necessary to preserve such a situation as would make a southerly wind a fair one, that we might range along the reefs till an opening should be found into smooth water and we the sooner be able to pick up some refreshments. Monday, 18. In the morning the rain abated, when we stripped and wrung our clothes through the sea water as usual, which refreshed us greatly. Every person complained of violent pain in their bones. I was only surprised that no one was yet laid up. The customary allowance of 1/25 of a pound of bread and a quarter of a pint of water was served at breakfast, dinner, and supper. At noon I deduced my situation by account, for we had no glimpse of the sun, to be in latitude 14 degrees 52 minutes south, course since yesterday noon, west-southwest 106 miles, longitude made from Tafoya 22 degrees 45 minutes west. Saw many boobies and noddies, a sign of being in the neighbourhood of land. In the night we had very severe lightning with heavy rain and were obliged to keep bailing without intermission. Tuesday, 19. Very bad weather and constant rain. At noon latitude by account 14 degrees 37 minutes south, course since yesterday north 81 degrees west, distance 100 miles, longitude made 24 degrees 30 minutes west. With the allowance of bread and water served half an ounce of pork to each person for dinner. Wednesday, 20. Fresh breezes east-northeast with constant rain, at times a deluge. Always bailing. At dawn of day some of my people seemed half dead. Our appearances were horrible, and I could look no way but I caught the eye of someone in distress. Extreme hunger was now too evident, but no one suffered from thirst, nor had we much inclination to drink, that desire perhaps being satisfied through the skin. The little sleep we got was in the midst of water, and we constantly awoke with severe cramps and pains in our bones. This morning I served about 2 teaspoonfuls of rum to each person and the allowance of bread and water as usual. At noon the sun broke out and revived everyone. I found we were in latitude 14 degrees 49 minutes south, longitude made 25 degrees 46 minutes west, course south 88 degrees west, distance 75 miles. All the afternoon we were so covered with rain and salt water that we could scarcely see. We suffered extreme cold and everyone dreaded the approach of night. Sleep, though we longed for it, afforded no comfort. For my part, I almost lived without it. Thursday, 21. At 2 o'clock in the morning we were overwhelmed with a deluge of rain. It fell so heavy that we were afraid it would fill the boat and were obliged to bail with all our might. At dawn of day I served a larger allowance of rum. Towards noon the rain abated and the sun shone, but we were miserably cold and wet, the sea breaking constantly over us so that notwithstanding the heavy rain we had not been able to add to our stock of fresh water. Latitude by observation 14 degrees 29 minutes south, and longitude made by account from Tafoya 27 degrees 25 minutes west, course since yesterday noon, north 78 degrees west, 99 miles. I now considered myself nearly on a meridian with the east part of New Guinea. Friday, 22. Strong gales from the east-southeast to south-southeast, a high sea, and dark, dismal night. Our situation this day was extremely calamitous. We were obliged to take the course of the sea, running right before it and watching with the utmost care, as the least error in the helm would in a moment have been our destruction. At noon it blew very hard and the foam of the sea kept running over our stern and quarters. I however got propped up and made an observation of the latitude in 14 degrees 17 minutes south, course north 85 degrees west, distance 130 miles, longitude made 29 degrees 38 minutes west. The misery we suffered this night exceeded the preceding. The sea flew over us with great force and kept us bailing with horror and anxiety. Saturday, 23. At dawn of day I found everyone in a most distressed condition, and I began to fear that another such night would put an end to the lives of several who seemed no longer able to support their sufferings. I served an allowance of 2 teaspoonfuls of rum, after drinking which, having wrung our clothes and taken our breakfast in bread and water, we became a little refreshed. Towards noon the weather became fair, but with very little abatement of the gale, and the sea continued equally high. With some difficulty I observed the latitude to be 13 degrees 44 minutes south, course since yesterday noon, north 74 degrees west, distance 116 miles, longitude made 31 degrees 32 minutes west from Tafoya. The wind moderated in the evening and the weather looked much better, which rejoiced all hands so that they ate their scanty allowance with more satisfaction than for some time past. The night also was fair, but, being always wet with the sea, we suffered much from the cold. Sunday, 24. A fine morning, I had the pleasure to see, produced some cheerful countenances, and, the first time for 15 days past, we experienced comfort from the warmth of the sun. We stripped and hung our clothes up to dry, which were by this time become so threadbare that they would not keep out either wet or cold. At noon I observed in latitude 13 degrees 33 minutes south, longitude by account from Tafoya 33 degrees 28 minutes west, course north 84 degrees west, distance 114 miles. With the usual allowance of bread and water for dinner, I served an ounce of pork to each person. This afternoon we had many birds about us which are never seen far from land, such as boobies and noddies. Allowance lessened. As the sea began to run fair and we shipped but little water, I took the opportunity to examine into the state of our bread and found that, according to the present mode of issuing, there was a sufficient quantity remaining for 29 days' allowance, by which time I hoped we should be able to reach Timor. But as this was very uncertain, and it was possible that, after all, we might be obliged to go to Java, I determined to portion the allowance so as to make our stock hold out 6 weeks. I was apprehensive that this would be ill received, and that it would require my utmost resolution to enforce it, for, small as the quantity was which I intended to take away for our future good, yet it might appear to my people to be robbing them of life, and some, who were less patient than their companions, I expected would very ill brook it. However, on my representing the necessity of guarding against delays that might be occasioned in our voyage by contrary winds or other causes, and promising to enlarge upon the allowance as we got on, they cheerfully agreed to my proposal. It was accordingly settled that every person should receive 1/25 of a pound of bread for breakfast and the same quantity for dinner, so that by omitting the proportion for supper we had 43 days' allowance. Monday, 25. At noon some noddies came so near to us that one of them was caught by hand. This bird was about the size of a small pigeon. I divided it with its entrails into 18 portions, and by a well-known method of sea by "Who shall have this?" Footnote. One person turns his back on the object that is to be divided, another then points separately to the portions, and each of them asking aloud, "Who shall have this?" to which the first answers by naming somebody. This impartial method of division gives every man an equal chance of the best share. End of footnote. It was distributed with the allowance of bread and water for dinner, and ate up, bones and all, with salt water for sauce. I observed the latitude 13 degrees 32 minutes south, longitude made 35 degrees 19 minutes west, course north 89 degrees west, distance 108 miles. In the evening, several boobies flying very near to us, we had a good fortune to catch one of them. This bird is as large as a duck. Like the noddy, it has received its name for suffering itself to be caught on the masts and yards of ships. They are the most presumptive proofs of being in the neighbourhood of land, of any seafowl we are acquainted with. I directed the bird to be killed for supper, and the blood to be given to 3 of the people who were the most distressed for want of food. The body, with the entrails, beak, and feet, I divided into 18 shares, and with an allowance of bread, which I made a merit of granting, we made a good supper, compared with our usual fare. Tuesday, 26. Fresh breezes from the southeast with fine weather. In the morning we caught another booby, so that Providence appeared to be relieving our wants in an extraordinary manner. Towards noon we passed a great many pieces of the branches of trees, some of which appeared to have been no long time in the water. I had a good observation for the latitude, and had found our situation to be in 13 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude by account from Tafoya 37 degrees 13 minutes west, course south 85 degrees west, 112 miles. The people were overjoyed at the addition to their dinner, which was distributed in the same manner as on the preceding evening, giving the blood to those who were most in want of food. To make the bread a little savoury, most of the people frequently dipped it in salt water, but I generally broke mine into small pieces and ate it in my allowance of water out of a coconut shell with a spoon, economically avoiding to take too large a piece at a time, so that I was as long at dinner as if it had been a much more plentiful meal. The weather was now serene, which nevertheless was not without its inconveniences, for we began to feel distress of a different kind from that which we had lately been accustomed to suffer. The heat of the sun was so powerful that several of the people were seized with a languor and faintness which made life indifferent. We were so fortunate as to catch 2 boobies in the evening. Their stomachs contained several flying fish and small cuttlefish, all of which I saved to be divided for dinner the next day. Wednesday, 27. A fresh breeze at east-southeast with fair weather. We passed much driftwood this forenoon and saw many birds. I therefore did not hesitate to pronounce that we were near the reefs of New Holland. From my recollection of Captain Cook's survey of this coast, I considered the direction of it to be northwest, and I was therefore satisfied that, with the wind to the southward of east, I could always clear any dangers. At noon I observed in latitude 13 degrees 26 minutes south, course since yesterday north 82 degrees west, distance 109 miles, longitude made 39 degrees 14 minutes. After writing my accounts, I divided the 2 birds with their entrails and the contents of their maws into 18 portions, and as the prize was a very valuable one, it was divided as before by calling out who should have this, so that today, with the allowance of a 25th of a pound of bread at breakfast and another at dinner, with a proportion of water, I was happy to see that every person thought he had feasted. In the evening we saw a gannet, and the clouds remained so fixed in the west that I had little doubt of our being near the land. The people, after taking their allowance of water for supper, amused themselves with conversing on the probability of what we should find. Thursday, 28. At 1 in the morning the person at the helm heard the sound of breakers, and I no sooner lifted up my head than I saw them close under our lee, not more than a quarter of a mile distant from us. I immediately hauled on the wind to the north-northeast, and in 10 minutes we could neither see nor hear them. I have already mentioned my reason for making New Holland so far to the southward, for I never doubted of numerous openings in the reef through which I could have access to the shore, and, knowing the inclination of the coast to be to the northwest, and the wind mostly to the southward of east, I could with ease range such a barrier of reefs till I should find a passage, which now became absolutely necessary without a moment's loss of time. The idea of getting into smooth water and finding refreshments kept my people's spirits up. Their joy was very great after we had got clear of the breakers, to which we had approached much nearer than I thought was possible without first discovering them. Friday, 29. In the morning at daylight we could see nothing of the land nor of the reefs. We bore away again and at 9 o'clock saw the reefs. The sea broke furiously over every part, and we had no sooner got near to them than the wind came at east, so that we could only lie along the line of the breakers, within which we saw the water so smooth that every person already anticipated the heartfelt satisfaction that he should receive as soon as we could get within them. I now found we were embayed, for we could not lie clear with the sails, the wind having backed against us, and the sea set in so heavy towards the reef that our situation was become unsafe. We could effect but little with the oars, having scarcely strength to pull them, and I began to apprehend that we should be obliged to attempt pushing over the reef. Even this I did not despair of effecting with success, when happily we discovered a break in the reef, about 1 mile from us, and at the same time an island of moderate height within it, nearly in the same direction, bearing west half north. I entered the passage with a strong stream running to the westward, and found it about a quarter of a mile broad, with every appearance of deep water. On the outside the reef inclined to the northeast for a few miles, and from thence to the northwest. On the south side of the entrance it inclined to the south-southwest as far as I could see it, and I conjecture that a similar passage to this which we are now entered may be found near the breakers that I first discovered, which are 23 miles south of this channel. I did not recollect what latitude Providential Channel Providential Channel is laid down by Captain Cook in 12 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 143 degrees 33 minutes east. End of footnote. Lies in, but I considered it to be within a few miles of this, which is situate in 12 degrees 51 minutes south latitude. Being now happily within the reefs and in smooth water, I endeavoured to keep near them to try for fish, but the tide set us to the northwest, and I therefore bore away in that direction, and having promised to land on the first convenient spot we could find, all our past hardships seemed already to be forgotten. At noon I had a good observation by which our latitude was 12 degrees 46 minutes south, whence the foregoing situations may be considered as determined with some exactness. The island first seen bore southwest 5 leagues. This, which I have called the island direction, will in fair weather always show the channel, from which it bears due west, and may be seen as soon as the reefs from a ship's masthead. It lies in the latitude of 12 degrees 51 minutes south. These, however, are marks too small for a ship to hit unless it can hereafter be ascertained that passages through the reef are numerous along the coast, which I am inclined to think they are, in which case there would be little risk even if the wind was directly on the shore. My longitude made by dead reckoning from the island Tafoya to our passage through the reefs is 40 degrees 10 minutes west. Providential Channel, I imagine, must lie very nearly under the same meridian with our passage, by which it appears that we had outrun our reckoning 1 degree 9 minutes. We now returned God thanks for his gracious protection, and with much content took our miserable allowance of a 25th of a pound of bread and a quarter of a pint of water for dinner. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh, Chapter 16. Progress to the northward along the coast of New Holland. Land on different islands in search of supplies. May, 1789. As we advanced within the reefs, the coast began to show itself very distinctly in a variety of high and low land, some parts of which were covered with wood. In our way towards the shore we fell in with a point of a reef which is connected with that towards the sea, and here we came to a grapnel and tried to catch fish, but had no success. The island direction at this time bore south 3 or 4 leagues. 2 islands lay about 4 miles to the west by north, and appeared eligible for a resting place, if for nothing more. But on our approach to the nearest island it proved to be only a heap of stones, and its size too inconsiderate to shelter the boat. We therefore proceeded to the next, which was close to it and towards the main. On the northwest side of this I found a bay and a fine sandy point to land at. Our distance was about a quarter of a mile from a projecting part of the main, which bore from southwest to south to north-northwest 3/4 west. We landed to examine if there were any signs of the natives being near us. We saw some old fireplaces, but nothing to make me apprehend that this would be an unsafe situation for the night. Everyone was anxious to find something to eat, and it was soon discovered that there were oysters on the rocks, for the tide was out, but it was nearly dark and only a few could be gathered. I determined therefore to wait till the morning, when I should better know how to proceed, and I directed that 1/2 of our company should sleep on shore and the other half in the boat. We would gladly have made a fire, but, as we could not accomplish it, we took our rest for the night, which happily was calm and undisturbed. Friday, 29. The dawn of day brought greater strength and spirits to us than I expected, for, notwithstanding every one was very weak, there appeared strength sufficient remaining to make me conceive the most favourable hopes of our being able to surmount the difficulties we might yet have to encounter. As there were no appearances to make me imagine that any of the natives were near us, I sent out parties in search of supplies, while others of the people were putting the boat in order that we might be ready to go to sea in case any unforeseen cause should make it necessary. One of the gudgeons of the rudder had come out in the course of the night and was lost. This, if it had happened at sea, might have been attended with the most serious consequences, as the management of the boat could not have been so nicely preserved as these very heavy seas required. I had been apprehensive of this accident, and had in some measure prepared for it by having grommets fixed on each quarter of the boat for oars, but our utmost readiness in using them would not probably have saved us. It appears therefore a providential circumstance that it happened in a place of safety, and that it was in our power to remedy the defect, for by great good luck we found a large staple in the boat which answered the purpose. The parties returned, highly rejoiced at having found plenty of oysters and fresh water. I also made a fire by the help of a small magnifying glass, and, what was still more fortunate, we found among the few things which had been thrown into the boat and saved, a piece of brimstone and a tinder box, so that I secured fire for the future. One of the people had been so provident as to bring away with him from the ship a copper pot. By being in possession of this article we were enabled to make a proper use of the supply we now obtained, for, with a mixture of bread and a little pork, we made a stew that might have been relished by people of far more delicate appetites, and of which each person received a full pint. The general complaints of disease among us were a dizziness in the head, great weakness of the joints, and violent tenesmus, most of us having had no evacuation by stool since we left the ship. I had constantly a severe pain at my stomach, but none of our complaints were alarming. On the contrary, every one retained marks of strength that, with a mind possessed of a tolerable share of fortitude, seemed able to bear more fatigue than I imagined we should have to undergo in our voyage to Timor. As I would not allow the people to expose themselves to the heat of the sun, it being near noon, everyone took his allotment of earth where it was shaded by the bushes for a short sleep. The oysters which we found grew so fast to the rocks that it was with difficulty they could be broken off, and at length we discovered it to be the most expeditious way to open them where they were fixed. They were of a good size and well tasted. To add to this happy circumstance, in the hollow of the land there grew some wire grass, which indicated a moist situation. On forcing a stick, about 3 feet long, into the ground we found water, and with little trouble dug a well which produced as much as our occasions required. It was very good, but I could not determine if it was a spring or not. We were not obliged to make the well deep, for it flowed as fast as we emptied it, which, as the soil was apparently too loose to retain water from the rains, renders it probable to be a spring. On the south side of the island likewise we found a small run of good water. Besides places where fires had been made, there were other signs of the natives sometimes resorting to this island. I saw 2 ill-constructed huts, or wigwams, which had only one side loosely covered, and a pointed stick was found, about 3 feet long, with a slit in the end of it to sling stones with, the same as the natives at Van Diemen's Land use. The track of some animal was very discernible, and Nelson agreed with me that it was the kangaroo, but whether these animals swim over from the mainland, or are brought here by the natives to breed, it is impossible to determine. The latter is not improbable, as they may be taken with less difficulty in a confined spot like this than on the continent. The island is about 1 league in circuit. It is a high lump of rocks and stones covered with wood, but the trees are small, the soil, which is very indifferent and sandy, being barely sufficient to produce them. The trees that came within our knowledge were the manchineel and a species of puro, also some palm trees, the tops of which we cut down, and the soft interior part or heart of them was so palatable that it made a good addition to our mess. Nelson discovered some fern roots which I thought might be good roasted as a substitute for bread, but in this I was mistaken. It however was very serviceable in its natural state to allay thirst, and on that account I directed a quantity to be collected to take into the boat. Many pieces of coconut shells and husks were found about the shore, but we could find no coconut trees, neither did I see any on the main. I had cautioned the people not to touch any kind of berry or fruit that they might find, yet they were no sooner out of my sight than they began to make free with 3 different kinds that grew all over the island, eating without any reserve. The symptoms of having eaten too much began at last to frighten some of them, but, on questioning others who had taken a more moderate allowance, their minds were a little quieted. The others, however, became equally alarmed in their turn, dreading that such symptoms would come on, and that they were all poisoned, so that they regarded each other with the strongest marks of apprehension, uncertain what would be the issue of their imprudence. Fortunately the fruit proved wholesome and good. One sort grew on a small delicate kind of vine. They were the size of a large gooseberry and very like in substance, but had only a sweet taste. The skin was a pale red, streaked with yellow the long way of the fruit. It was pleasant and agreeable. Another kind grew on bushes, like that which is called the seaside grape in the West Indies, but the fruit was very different, being more like elderberries, and grew in clusters in the same manner. The third sort was a blackberry. This was not in such plenty as the others, and resembled a bolus, or large kind of sloe, both in size and taste. When I saw that these fruits were eaten by the birds, I no longer doubted of their being wholesome, and those who had already tried the experiment, not finding any bad effect, made it a certainty that we might eat of them without danger. Wild pigeons, parrots, and other birds were about the summit of the island, but, having no firearms, relief of that kind was not to be expected, unless we should find some unfrequented spots where the birds were so tame that we might take them with our hands. The shore of this island is very rocky except the place at which we landed, and here I picked up many pieces of pumice stone. On the part of the main nearest to us were several sandy bays, which at low water became an extensive rocky flat. The country had rather a barren appearance except in a few places where it was covered with wood. A remarkable range of rocks lay a few miles to the southwest, and a high peaked hill seemed to terminate the coast towards the sea, with islands to the southward. A high fair cape showed the direction of the coast to the northwest about 7 leagues distant, and 2 small isles lay 3 or 4 leagues to the northward of our present station. I saw a few bees or wasps and several lizards, and the blackberry bushes were full of ant nests, webbed like a spider's but so close and compact as not to admit the rain. A trunk of a tree about 50 feet long lay on the beach, from which I conclude that a heavy sea sets in here with a northerly wind. This day being the anniversary of the restoration of King Charles II, and the name being not inapplicable to our present situation, for we were restored to fresh life and strength, I named this Restoration Island, for I thought it probable that Captain Cook might not have taken notice of it. The other names which I have presumed to give the different parts of the coast are meant only to show my route more distinctly. At noon I observed the latitude of the island to be 12 degrees 39 minutes south, our course having been north 66 degrees west, distance 18 miles from yesterday noon. The wind was at east-southeast with very fine weather. In the afternoon I sent parties out again to gather oysters, with which and some of the inner part of the palm top we made another good stew for supper, each person receiving a full pint and a half. But I refused bread to this meal, for I considered that our wants might yet be very great, and was intent on saving our principal support whenever it was in my power. After supper we again divided, and those who were on shore slept by a good fire. Saturday, 30. In the morning I discovered a visible alteration in our company for the better, and I sent them away again to gather oysters. We had now only 2 pounds of pork left. This article, which I could not keep under lock and key as I did the bread, had been pilfered by some inconsiderate person, but everyone denied having any knowledge of this act. I therefore resolved to put it out of their power for the future by sharing what remained for our dinner. While the party was out picking up oysters I got the boat in readiness for the sea and filled all our water vessels, which amounted to nearly 60 gallons. The party being returned, dinner was soon ready, which was as plentiful a meal as the supper on the preceding evening, and with the pork I gave an allowance of bread. As it was not yet noon I sent the people once more to gather oysters for a sea store, recommending them to be as diligent as possible, for that I was determined to sail in the afternoon. At noon I again observed the latitude 12 degrees 39 minutes south. It was then high water. The tide had risen 3 feet, but I could not be certain from whence the flood came. I deduced the time of high water at full and change to be 10 minutes past 7 in the morning. Early in the afternoon the people returned with the few oysters that they had collected, and everything was put into the boat. I then examined the quantity of bread remaining and found 38 days' allowance, according to the last mode of issuing a 25th of a pound at breakfast and dinner. Fair weather and moderate breezes at east, southeast, and southeast. Being ready for sea I directed every person to attend prayers. At 4 o'clock we were preparing to embark when about 20 of the natives appeared, running and hallooing to us on the opposite shore. They were each armed with a spear or lance and a short weapon which they carried in their left hand. They made signs for us to come to them. On the top of the hills we saw the heads of many more, whether these were their wives and children or others who waited for our landing, meaning not to show themselves lest we might be intimidated, I cannot say; but as I found we were discovered to be on the coast I thought it prudent to make the best of our way for fear of being pursued by canoes, though, from the accounts of Captain Cook, the chance was that there were very few if any of consequence on any part of the coast. I passed these people as near as I could with safety. They were naked and apparently black, and their hair or wool bushy and short. I directed my course within 2 small islands that lie to the north of Restoration Island, passing between them and the mainland towards Fair Cape with a strong tide in my favour, so that I was abreast of it by 8 o'clock. The coast we passed was high and woody. As I could see no land without Fair Cape, I concluded that the coast inclined to the northwest and west-northwest. I therefore steered more towards the west, but by 11 o'clock at night we met with low land which inclined to the northeast, and at 3 o'clock in the morning I found that we were embayed, which obliged us to stand back for a short time to the southward. Sunday, 31. At daybreak I was exceedingly surprised to find the appearance of the country entirely changed, as if in the course of the night we had been transported to another part of the world; for we had now a low sandy coast in view, with very little verdure or anything to indicate that it was at all habitable to a human being except a few patches of small trees or brushwood. Many small islands were in sight to the northeast, about 6 miles distant. The eastern part of the main bore north 4 miles and Fair Cape south-southeast 5 or 6 leagues. I took the channel between the nearest island and the mainland, which were about 1 mile apart, leaving all the islands on the starboard side. Some of these were very pretty spots, covered with wood and well situated for fishing. Large shoals of fish were about us, but we could not catch any. In passing this strait we saw another party of Indians, 7 in number, running towards us, shouting and making signs for us to land. Some of them waved green branches of the bushes which were near them as a token of friendship, but some of their other motions were less friendly. A little farther off we saw a larger party who likewise came towards us. I therefore determined not to land, though I much wished to have some intercourse with these people. Nevertheless I laid the boat close to the rocks and beckoned them to approach, but none of them would come within 200 yards of us. They were armed in the same manner as the people we had seen from Restoration Island. They were stark naked, their colour black, with short bushy hair or wool, and in their appearance were similar to them in every respect. An island of a good height bore north half west 4 miles from us, at which I resolved to land and from thence to take a look at the coast. At this isle we arrived about 8 o'clock in the morning. The shore was rocky, but the water was smooth and we landed without difficulty. I sent 2 parties out, one to the northward and the other to the southward, to seek for supplies, and others I ordered to stay by the boat. On this occasion fatigue and weakness so far got the better of their sense of duty that some of the people expressed their discontent at having worked harder than their companions, and declared that they would rather be without their dinner than go in search of it. One person in particular went so far as to tell me, with a mutinous look, that he was as good a man as myself. It was not possible for me to judge where this might have an end if not stopped in time; therefore, to prevent such disputes in future, I determined either to preserve my command or die in the attempt, and, seizing a cutlass, I ordered him to take hold of another and defend himself, on which he called out that I was going to kill him and immediately made concessions. I did not allow this to interfere further with the harmony of the boat's crew, and everything soon became quiet. The parties continued collecting what they could find, which were some fine oysters and clams and a few small dogfish that were caught in the holes of the rocks. We also found some rainwater in the hollow of the rocks on the north part of the island, so that of this essential article we were again so fortunate as to obtain a full supply. After regulating the mode of proceeding I walked to the highest part of the island to consider our route for the night. To my surprise no more of the mainland could be seen here than from below, the northernmost part in sight, which was full of sand hills bearing west by north about 3 leagues. Except for the isles to the east, southeast, and south that we had passed, I could only discover a small key northwest by north. As this was considerably farther from the main than the spot on which we were at present, I judged it would be a more secure resting place for the night, for here we were liable to an attack, if the Indians had canoes, as they undoubtedly must have observed our landing. My mind being made up on this point I returned after taking a particular look at the island we were on, which I found only to produce a few bushes and some coarse grass, the extent of the whole not being 2 miles in circuit. On the north side in a sandy bay I saw an old canoe, about 33 feet long, lying bottom upward and half buried in the beach. It was made of 3 pieces, the bottom entire, to which the sides were sewed in the common way. It had a sharp projecting prow rudely carved in resemblance to the head of a fish. The extreme breadth was about 3 feet and I imagine it was capable of carrying 20 men. The discovery of so large a canoe confirmed me in the purpose of seeking a more retired place for our night's lodging. At noon the parties all returned, but had found much difficulty in gathering the oysters from their close adherence to the rocks, and the clams were scarce. I therefore saw that it would be of little use to remain longer in this place, as we should not be able to collect more than we could eat. I named this Sunday Island. It lies north by west 3/4 west from Restoration Island. The latitude, by a good observation, 11 degrees 58 minutes south. We had a fresh breeze at southeast by south with fair weather. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon we dined, each person having a full pint and a half of stewed oysters and clams, thickened with small beans which Nelson informed me were a species of delicos. Having eaten heartily and completed our water, I waited to determine the time of high water, which I found to be at 3 o'clock, and the rise of the tide about 3 feet. According to this, it is high water on the full and change at 19 minutes past 9 in the morning. I observed the flood to come from the southward, though at Restoration Island I thought it came from the northward. I think Captain Cook mentions that he found a great irregularity in the set of the flood of this coast. We steered for the key seen in the northwest by north, where we arrived just at dark, but found it so surrounded by a reef of rocks that I could not land without danger of staving the boat, and on that account we came to a grapnel for the night. Monday, June 1. At dawn of day we got on shore and tracked the boat into shelter, for, the wind blowing fresh without and the ground being rocky, it was not safe to trust her at a grapnel, lest she be blown to sea. I was therefore obliged to let her ground in the course of the ebb. From appearances I expected that if we remained till night we should meet with turtle, as we discovered recent tracks of them. Innumerable birds of a naughty kind made this island their resting place, so that we had reason to flatter ourselves with hopes of getting supplies in greater abundance than it had hitherto been in our power. Our situation was at least 4 leagues distant from the main. We were on the northwesternmost of 4 small keys, which were surrounded by a reef of rocks, connected by sandbanks except between the 2 northernmost, and there it likewise was dry at low water, the whole forming a lagoon island into which the tide flowed. At this entrance I kept the boat. As usual, I sent parties away in search of supplies, but, to our great disappointment, we could only get a few clams and some dolichos. With these and the oysters we had brought from Sunday Island, I made up a mess for dinner, with the addition of a small quantity of bread. Towards noon Nelson and some others who had been to the easternmost key returned, but Nelson was in so weak a condition that he was obliged to be supported by 2 men. His complaint was a violent heat in his bowels, a loss of sight, much drought, and an inability to walk. This I found was occasioned by his being unable to support the heat of the sun, and that, when he was fatigued and faint, instead of retiring into the shade to rest, he had continued to attempt more than his strength was equal to. I was glad to find that he had no fever, and it was now that the little wine which I had so carefully saved became of real use. I gave it in small quantities with some pieces of bread soaked in it, and he soon began to recover. The boatswain and carpenter also were ill and complained of headache and sickness of the stomach. Others who had not had any evacuation by stool became shockingly distressed with the tenesmus, so that there were but few without complaints. An idea prevailed that the sickness of the boatswain and carpenter were occasioned by eating the dolichos. Myself, however, and some others who had taken the same food felt no inconvenience, but the truth was that many of the people had eaten a large quantity of them raw, and Nelson informed me that they were constantly teasing him, whenever a berry was found, to know if it was good to eat, so that it would not have been surprising if many of them had been really poisoned. Our dinner was not so well relished as at Sunday Island because we had mixed the dolichos with our stew. The oysters and soup, however, was eaten by every one except Nelson, whom I fed with a few small pieces of bread soaked in half a glass of wine, and he continued to mend. In my walk round the island I found several coconut shells, the remains of an old wigwam, and the backs of 2 turtles, but no sign of any quadruped. One of the people found 3 seafowls' eggs. As is common on such spots, the soil is little other than sand, yet it produced small toa trees and some others that we were not acquainted with. There were fish in the lagoon, but we could not catch any. Our wants therefore were not likely to be supplied here, not even with water for our daily expense. Nevertheless I determined to wait till the morning, that we might try our success in the night for turtle and birds. A quiet night's rest, also, I conceived, would be of essential service to those who were unwell. The wigwam and turtle shells were proof that the natives at times visited this place, and that they had canoes. The remains of the large canoe that we saw at Sunday Island left no room to doubt, but I did not apprehend that we ran any risk by remaining here a short time. I directed our fire, however, to be made in the thicket that we might not be discovered by its light. At noon I observed the latitude of this island to be 11 degrees 47 minutes south. The mainland extended towards the northwest and was full of white sand hills. Another small island lay within us, bearing west by north, 1/4 north, 3 leagues distant. Our situation being very low, we could see nothing of the reef towards the sea. The afternoon was advantageously spent in sleep. There were, however, a few not disposed to it, and those were employed in dressing some clams to take with us for the next day's dinner; others we cut up in slices to dry, which I knew was the most valuable supply we could find here, but they were very scarce. Towards evening I cautioned everyone against making too large a fire, or suffering it after dark to blaze up. Mr. Samuel and Mr. Peckover had superintendence of this business, while I was strolling about the beach to observe if I thought it could be seen from the main. I was just satisfied that it could not, when, on a sudden, the island appeared all in a blaze that might have been discerned at a much more considerable distance. I ran to learn the cause, and found it was occasioned by the imprudence and obstinacy of one of the party, who in my absence had insisted in having a fire to himself, in making which the flames caught the neighbouring grass and rapidly spread. This misconduct might have produced very serious consequences by discovering our situation to the natives, for, if they had attacked us, we had neither arms nor strength to oppose an enemy. Thus the relief which I expected from a little sleep was totally lost, and I anxiously waited for the flowing of the tide that we might proceed to sea. It was high water at 5:30 this evening, whence I deduced the time on the full and change of the moon to be 58 past 10 in the morning. The rise was nearly 5 feet. I could not observe the set of the flood, but imagined it to come from the southward, and that I was mistaken at Restoration Island, as I found the time of high water gradually later the more we advanced to the northward. At Restoration Island, high water full and change 7 hours 10. Sunday Island, high water full and change 9 hours 19. Here, high water full and change 10 hours 58. After 8 o'clock Mr. Samuel and Mr. Peckover went out to watch for turtle, and 3 men went to the East Key to endeavour to catch birds. All the others, complaining of being sick, took their rest, except Mr. Hayward and Mr. Elphinston, whom I directed to keep watch. About midnight the bird party returned with only 12 noddies, birds which I have already described to be about the size of pigeons. But if it had not been for the folly and obstinacy of one of the party, who separated from the other 2 and disturbed the birds, they might have caught a great number. I was so much provoked at my plans being thus defeated, I gave this offender a good beating. *Footnote: Robert Lamb. This man, when he came to Java, acknowledged he had eaten 9 birds raw, after he had separated from his 2 companions. End of footnote. I now went in search of the turtling party, who had taken great pains but without success. This did not surprise me, as it was not to be expected that turtle would come near us after the noise which had been made at the beginning of the evening in extinguishing the fire. I therefore desired them to come back, but they requested to stay a little longer, as they still hoped to find some before daylight. However, they returned by 3 o'clock without any reward for their labour. Tuesday, 2. The birds we half dressed that they might keep the better, and these with a few clams made the whole of the supply procured here. I tied a few gilt buttons and some pieces of iron to a tree for any of the natives that might come after us, and finding my invalids much better for their night's rest, we embarked and departed by dawn of day. Wind at southeast, course to the north by west. When we had run 2 leagues to the northward the sea suddenly became rough, which, not having before experienced since we were within the reefs, I concluded to be occasioned by an open channel to the ocean. Soon afterwards we met with a large shoal on which were 2 sandy keys. Between these and 2 others, 4 miles to the west, I passed on to the northward, the sea still continuing to be rough. Towards noon I fell in with 6 other keys, most of which produced some small trees and brushwood. These formed a pleasing contrast with the mainland we had passed, which was full of sandhills. The country continued hilly, and the northernmost land, the same we had seen from the lagoon island, appeared like downs, sloping towards the sea. Nearly abreast of us was a flat-topped hill which on account of its shape I called Pudding Pan Hill, and a little to the northward were 2 other hills which we called the Paps, and here was a small tract of country without sand, the eastern part of which forms a cape whence the coast inclines to the northwest by north. At noon I observed in the latitude 11 degrees 18 minutes south, the cape bearing west, distant 10 miles. 5 small keys bore from the northeast to southeast, the nearest of them about 2 miles distant, and a low, sandy key between us and the cape bore west, distant 4 miles. My course from the lagoon island had been north, half west, distance 30 miles. I am sorry it was not in my power to obtain a sufficient knowledge of the depth of water, but in our situation nothing could be undertaken that might have occasioned delay. It may however be understood that to the best of my judgment from appearances a ship may pass wherever I have omitted to represent danger. I divided 6 birds and issued 1/25 of a pound of bread with half a pint of water to each person for dinner, and I gave half a glass of wine to Nelson, who was now so far recovered as to require no other indulgence. The gunner, when he left the ship, brought his watch with him, at which we had regulated out time till today, when unfortunately it stopped, so that noon, sunrise, and sunset are the only parts of the 24 hours which from henceforward I can speak with certainty as to time. The wind blew fresh from the south-southeast and southeast all the afternoon with fair weather. As we stood into the north by west we found more sea, which I attributed to our receiving less shelter from the reefs to the eastward. It is probable they did not extend so far north as this. At least it may be concluded that there is not a continued barrier to prevent shipping having access to the shore. I observed that the stream set to the northwest, which I considered to be the flood. In some places along the coast we saw patches of wood. At 5 o'clock, steering to the northwest, we passed a large and fair inlet into which I imagine there is a safe and commodious entrance. It lies in latitude 11 degrees south. About 3 leagues to the northward of this is an island at which we arrived about sunset and took shelter for the night under a sandy point which was the only part we could land at. This being rather a wild situation I thought it best to sleep in the boat, nevertheless I sent a party away to see if anything could be got, but they returned without success. They saw a great number of turtle bones and shells where the natives had been feasting, and their last visit seemed to be of late date. The island was covered with wood, but in other respects it was a lump of rocks. Wednesday, 3. We lay at grapnel till daylight with a very fresh gale and cloudy weather. The main bore from southeast by south to north-northwest half west 3 leagues, and a mountainous island with a flat top, north by west 4 or 5 leagues, between which and the mainland were several other islands. The spot we were at, which I call Turtle Island, lies in latitude by account 10 degrees 52 minutes south and 42 miles west from Restoration Island. Abreast of it the coast has the appearance of a sandy desert, but improves about 3 leagues farther to the northward where it terminates in a point, near to which are many small islands. I sailed between these islands where I found no bottom at 12 fathoms, the high mountainous island with a flat top and 4 rocks to the southeast of it, that I call the Brothers, being on my starboard hand. Soon after an extensive opening appeared in the mainland, in which were a number of high islands. I called this the Bay of Islands. We continued steering to the northwest. Several islands and keys were in sight to the northward. The most northerly island was mountainous, having on it a very high round hill, and a smaller was remarkable for a single peaked hill. The coast to the northward and westward of the Bay of Islands is high and woody and has a broken appearance, with many islands close to it, among which there are fine bays and convenient places for shipping. The northernmost of these islands I call Wednesday Island. To the northwest of this we fell in with a large reef which I believe joins a number of keys that were in sight from the northwest to the east-northeast. We therefore stood to the southwest half a league when it was noon, and I had a good observation of the latitude in 10 degrees 31 minutes south. Wednesday Island bore east by south 5 miles, the westernmost land in sight southwest 2 or 3 leagues, the islands to the northward from northwest by west to northeast, and the reef from west to northeast distant 1 mile. I was now tolerably certain that we should be clear of New Holland in the afternoon. I know not how far this reef extends. It may be a continuation or a detached part of the range of shoals that surround the coast. I believe the mountainous islands to be separate from the shoals, and have no doubt that near them may be found good passages for ships. But I rather recommend to those who are to pass the strait from the eastward to take their direction from the coast of New Guinea, yet I likewise think that a ship coming from the southward will find a fair strait in the latitude of 10 degrees south. I much wished to have ascertained this point, but in our distressful situation any increase of fatigue or loss of time might have been attended with the most fatal consequences. I therefore determined to pass on without delay. As an addition to our dinner of bread and water, I served to each person 6 oysters. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as we were steering to the southwest towards the westernmost part of the land in sight, we fell in with some large sandbanks that run off from the coast. I therefore called this Shoal Cape. We were obliged to steer to the northward again till we got round the shoals, when I directed the course to the west. At 4 o'clock the westernmost of the islands to the northward bore north 4 leagues, Wednesday Island east by north 5 leagues, and Shoal Cape southeast by east 2 leagues. A small island was seen bearing west, at which we arrived before dark and found that it was only a rock where boobies resort, for which reason I called it Booby Island. Here terminated the rocks and shoals of the north part of New Holland, for except Booby Island no land was seen to the westward of south after 3 o'clock this afternoon. I find that Booby Island was seen by Captain Cook, and, by a remarkable coincidence of ideas, received from him the same name, but I cannot with certainty reconcile the situation with some parts of the coast that I have seen to his survey. I ascribe this to the various forms in which land appears when seen from the different heights of a ship and a boat. The chart I have given is by no means meant to supersede that made by Captain Cook, who had better opportunities than I had, and was in every respect properly provided for surveying. The intention of mine is chiefly to render this narrative more intelligible, and to show in what manner the coast appeared to me from an open boat. I have little doubt but that the opening which I named the Bay of Islands is Endeavour Straits, and that our track was to the northward of Prince of Wales Isles. Perhaps, by those who shall hereafter navigate these seas, more advantage may be derived from the possession of both our charts than from either of them singly. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh, Chapter 17. Passage from New Holland to the island Timor. Arrive at Kapang. Reception there. June 1789, Wednesday, 3. At 8 o'clock in the evening we once more launched into the open ocean. Miserable as our situation was in every respect, I was secretly surprised to see that it did not appear to affect anyone so strongly as myself. On the contrary, it seemed as if they had embarked on a voyage to Timor in a vessel sufficiently calculated for safety and convenience. So much confidence gave me great pleasure, and I may venture to assert that to this cause our preservation is chiefly to be attributed. I encouraged everyone with hopes that 8 or 10 days would bring us to a land of safety, and, after praying to God for a continuance of his most gracious protection, I served an allowance of water for supper, and directed our course to the west-southwest to counteract the southerly winds in case they should blow strong. We had been just 6 days on the coast of New Holland, in the course of which we found oysters, a few clams, some birds, and water. But perhaps a benefit nearly equal to this we received by having been relieved from the fatigue of being constantly in the boat and enjoying good rest at night. These advantages certainly preserved our lives, and, small as the supply was, I am very sensible how much it alleviated our distresses. By this time nature must have sunk under the extremes of hunger and fatigue. Some would have ceased to struggle for a life that only promised wretchedness and misery, and others, though possessed of more bodily strength, must soon have followed their unfortunate companions. Even in our present situation we were the most deplorable objects, but the hopes of a speedy relief kept up our spirits. For my own part, incredible as it may appear, I felt neither extreme hunger nor thirst. My allowance contented me, knowing I could have no more. Thursday, 4. I served 1/25 of a pound of bread and an allowance of water for breakfast and the same for dinner with an addition of 6 oysters to each person. At noon latitude observed 10 degrees 48 minutes south, course since yesterday noon south 81 degrees west, distance 111 miles. Longitude by account from Shoal Cape 1 degree 45 minutes west. A strong trade wind at east-southeast with fair weather. This day we saw a number of water snakes that were ringed yellow and black, and towards noon we passed a great deal of rock weed. Though the weather was fair, we were constantly shipping water, which kept 2 men always employed to bail the boat. Friday, 5. At noon I observed in latitude 10 degrees 45 minutes south, our course since yesterday west 1/4 north, 108 miles, longitude made 3 degrees 35 minutes west. 6 oysters were, as yesterday, served to each man, in addition to the usual allowance of bread and water. In the evening a few boobies came about us, one of which I caught with my hand. The blood was divided among 3 of the men who were weakest, but the bird I ordered to be kept for our dinner the next day. Served 1/4 of a pint of water for supper, and to some who were most in need half a pint. In the course of the night, being constantly wet with the sea, we suffered much cold and shiverings. Saturday, 6. At daylight I found that some of the clams which had been hung up to dry for sea store were stolen, but everyone solemnly denied having any knowledge of it. This forenoon we saw a gannet, a sandlark, and some water snakes, which in general were from 2 to 3 feet long. The usual allowance of bread and water was served for breakfast, and the same for dinner with the bird, which I distributed in the usual way of "who shall have this?" I proposed to make Timor about the latitude of 9 degrees 30 minutes south, or 10 degrees south. At noon I observed the latitude to be 10 degrees 19 minutes south, course north 77 degrees west, distance 117 miles, longitude made from Shoal Cape, the north part of New Holland, 5 degrees 31 minutes west. In the afternoon I took an opportunity of examining our store of bread and found remaining 19 days' allowance, at the former rate of serving 1/25 of a pound 3 times a day. Therefore, as I saw every prospect of a quick passage, I again ventured to grant an allowance for supper, agreeable to my promise at the time it was discontinued. Sunday, 7. We passed the night miserably wet and cold, and in the morning I heard heavy complaints. The sea was high and breaking over us. I could only afford the allowance of bread and water for breakfast, but for dinner I gave out an ounce of dried clams to each person, which was all that remained. At noon I altered the course to west-northwest to keep more from the sea, as the wind blew strong. Latitude observed 9 degrees 31 minutes south, course north 57 degrees west, distance 88 miles, longitude made 6 degrees 46 minutes west. The sea ran very high all this day, and we had frequent showers of rain, so that we were continually wet and suffered much cold in the night. Mr. Ledward, the surgeon, and Lawrence Lebeau, an old hardy seaman, appeared to be giving way very fast. I could only assist them by a teaspoon or two of wine, which I had carefully saved, expecting such a melancholy necessity. Monday, 8. Wind at southeast. The weather was more moderate than it had been for some days past. A few gannets were seen. At noon I observed in 8 degrees 45 minutes south, course west-northwest 1/4 west, 106 miles. Longitude made 8 degrees 23 minutes west. The sea being smooth, I steered west by south. At 4 in the afternoon we caught a small dolphin, which was the first relief of the kind that we obtained. I issued about 2 ounces to each person, including the offals, and saved the remainder for dinner the next day. Towards evening the wind freshened and it blew strong all night, so that we shipped much water and suffered greatly from the wet and cold. Tuesday, 9. At daylight as usual I heard much complaining, which my own feelings convinced me was too well founded. I gave the surgeon and Lebeau a little wine, but I could afford them no further relief except encouraging them with hopes that a very few days longer, at our present fine rate of sailing, would bring us to Timor. Gannets, boobies, men of war, and tropic birds were constantly about us. Served the usual allowance of bread and water, and at noon we dined on the remains of the dolphin, which amounted to about an ounce per man. I observed the latitude to be 9 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude made 10 degrees 8 minutes west, course since yesterday noon south 76 degrees west, distance 107 miles. This afternoon I suffered great sickness from the nature of part of the stomach of the fish which had fallen to my share at dinner. At sunset served an allowance of bread and water for supper. Wednesday, 10. In the morning, after a very comfortless night, there was a visible alteration for the worse in many of the people which gave me great apprehensions. An extreme weakness, swelled legs, hollow and ghastly countenances, a more than common inclination to sleep, with an apparent debility of understanding, seemed to me the melancholy presages of an approaching dissolution. The surgeon and Lebeau in particular were most miserable objects. I occasionally gave them a few teaspoonfuls of wine out of the little that remained, which greatly assisted them. The hopes of being able to accomplish the voyage was our principal support. The boatswain very innocently told me that he really thought I looked worse than anyone in the boat. The simplicity with which he uttered such an opinion amused me, and I returned him a better compliment. Our latitude at noon was 9 degrees 16 minutes south. Longitude from the north part of New Holland 12 degrees 1 minute west. Course since yesterday noon west half south 111 miles. Birds and rockweed showed that we were not far from land, but I expected such signs here, as there are many islands between the east part of Timor and New Guinea. The night was more moderate than the last. Thursday, 11. Everyone received the customary allowance of bread and water, and an extra allowance of water was given to those who were most in need. At noon I observed in latitude 9 degrees 41 minutes south, course 77 degrees west, distance 109 miles, longitude made 13 degrees 49 minutes west. I had little doubt of having now passed the meridian of the eastern part of Timor, which is laid down in 128 degrees east. This diffused universal joy and satisfaction. In the afternoon we saw gannets and many other birds, and at sunset we kept a very anxious lookout. In the evening we caught a booby which I reserved for our dinner the next day. Friday, 12. At 3 in the morning, with an excess of joy, we discovered Timor bearing from west-southwest to west-northwest, and I hauled on a wind to the north-northeast till daylight, when the land bore from southwest by south to northeast by north. Our distance from the shore 2 leagues. It is not possible for me to describe the pleasure which the blessings of the sight of this land diffused among us. It appeared scarce credible to ourselves that, in an open boat and so poorly provided, We should have been able to reach the coast of Timor in 41 days after leaving Tafoya, having in that time run, by our log, a distance of 3,618 miles, and that, notwithstanding our extreme distress, no one should have perished in the voyage. I have already mentioned that I knew not where the Dutch settlement was situated, but I had a faint idea it was at the southwest part of the island. I therefore, after daylight, bore away along shore to the south-southwest, which I was the more readily induced to do as the wind would not suffer us to go towards the northeast without great loss of time. The day gave us a most agreeable prospect of the land, which was interspersed with woods and lawns, the interior part mountainous but the shore low. Towards noon the coast became higher with some remarkable headlands. We were greatly delighted with the general look of the country, which exhibited many cultivated spots and beautiful situations, but we could only see a few small huts, whence I concluded that no European resided in this part of the island. Much sea ran on the shore, which made landing impracticable. At noon we were abreast of a high headland. The extremes of the land bore southwest half west and north-northeast half east, our distance offshore being 3 miles, latitude by observation 9 degrees 59 minutes south, and my longitude by dead reckoning from the north part of New Holland 15 degrees 6 minutes west. With the usual allowance of bread and water for dinner I divided the bird we had caught the night before, and to the surgeon and Le Beau I gave a little wine. The wind blew fresh at east and east-southeast with very hazy weather. During the afternoon we continued our course along a low shore covered with innumerable palm trees, called the fan palm from the leaf spreading like a fan, but here we saw no signs of cultivation, nor had the country so fine an appearance as to the eastward. This, however, was only a small tract, for by sunset it improved again, and I saw several great smokes where the inhabitants were clearing and cultivating their grounds. We had now run 25 miles to the west-southwest since noon, and were west 5 miles from a low point which, in the afternoon, I imagined had been the southernmost land, and here the coast formed a deep bend with low land in the bight that appeared like islands. The west shore was high, but from this part of the coast to the high cape which we were abreast of at noon, the shore is low and I believe shoal. I particularly remarked this situation because here the very high ridge of the mountains that run from the east end of the island terminate, and the appearance of the country changes for the worse. That we might not run past any settlement in the night, I determined to preserve my situation till the morning, and therefore brought to under a close reefed foresail. We were here in shoal water, our distance from the shore being half a league, the westernmost land in sight bearing west-southwest half west. Served bread and water for supper, and the boat lying to very well, all but the officer of the watch endeavoured to get a little sleep. Saturday, 13. At 2 in the morning we wore, and stood in shore till daylight, when I found we had drifted during the night about 3 leagues to the west-southwest, the southernmost land in sight bearing west. On examining the coast and not seeing any sign of a settlement, we bore away to the westward, having a strong gale against a weather current which occasioned much sea. The shore was high and covered with wood, but we did not run far before low land again formed the coast, the points of which opening at west I once more fancied we were on the south part of the island, but at 10 o'clock we found the coast again inclining towards the south, part of it bearing west-southwest half west. At the same time high land appeared in the southwest, but the weather was so hazy that it was doubtful whether the two lands were separated, the opening only extending 1 point of the compass. For this reason I stood towards the outer land and found it to be the island Roti. I returned to the shore we had left and brought to a grapnel in a sandy bay, that I might more conveniently calculate my situation. In this place we saw several smokes where the natives were clearing their grounds. During the little time we remained here the master and carpenter very much importuned me to let them go in search of supplies, to which at length I assented, but, not finding any other person willing to be of their party, they did not choose to quit the boat. I stopped here no longer than for the purpose just mentioned, and we continued steering along shore. We had a view of a beautiful looking country as if formed by art into lawns and parks. The coast is low and covered with woods in which are innumerable fan palm trees that look like coconut walks. The interior part is high land, but very different from the more eastern parts of the island, where it is exceedingly mountainous and to appearance the soil better. At noon the island Ruti bore southwest by west 7 leagues. I had no observation for the latitude, but by account we were in 10 degrees 12 minutes south, our course since yesterday noon being south 77 degrees west, 54 miles. The usual allowance of bread and water was served for breakfast and dinner, and to the surgeon and Le Beau I continued to give wine. We had a strong breeze at east-southeast with hazy weather all the afternoon. At 2 o'clock, having run through a very dangerous breaking sea, the cause of which I attributed to be a strong tide setting to windward and shoal water, we discovered a spacious bay or sound with a fair entrance about 2 or 3 miles wide. I now conceived hopes that our voyage was nearly at an end, as no place could appear more eligible for shipping or more likely to be chosen for a European settlement. I therefore came to a grapnel near the east side of the entrance in a small sandy bay where we saw a hut, a dog, and some cattle, and I immediately set the boatswain and gunner away to the hut to discover the inhabitants. The southwest point of the entrance bore west half south 3 miles, the southeast point south by west 3/4 of a mile, and the island Rotai from south by west 1/4 west to southwest 1/4 west about 5 leagues. As we lay there I found the ebb came from the northward, and before our departure the falling of the tide discovered to us a reef of rocks about 2 cables' length from the shore, the whole being covered at high water renders it dangerous. On the opposite shore there appeared very high breakers, but there is nevertheless plenty of room and certainly a safe channel for a first-rate man of war. The bay or sound within seemed to be of considerable extent, the northern part being about 5 leagues distant. Here the land made in moderate risings joined by lower grounds. But the island Rotai to the southward is the best mark by which to know this place. I had just time to make these remarks when I saw the boatswain and gunner returning with some of the natives. I therefore no longer doubted of our success, and that our expectations would be fully gratified. They brought 5 Indians, and informed me they had found 2 families where the women treated them with European politeness. From these people I learned that the governor resided in a place called Kapang, which was some distance to the northeast. I made signs for one of them to go in the boat and show us the way to Kapang, intimating that I would pay him for his troubles. The man readily complied and came into the boat. These people were of a dark tawny color, had long black hair, and chewed a great deal of betel. Their dress was a square piece of cloth round the hips in the folds of which was stuck a large knife, a handkerchief wrapped round the head, and another hanging by the 4 corners from the shoulders, which served as a bag for their betel equipage. They brought us a few pieces of dried turtle and some ears of Indian corn. This last was the most welcome, for the turtle was so hard that it could not be eaten without being first soaked in hot water. They offered to bring us some other refreshments if I would wait, but as the pilot was willing I determined to push on. It was about half an hour past 4 when we sailed. By the direction of the pilot we kept close to the east shore under all our sail, but as night came on the wind died away and we were obliged to try at the oars, which I was surprised to see we could use with some effect. At 10 o'clock, finding we advanced but slowly, I came to a grapnel, and for the first time I issued double allowance of bread and a little wine to each person. Sunday, 14. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after the most happy and sweet sleep that ever men enjoyed, we weighed and continued to keep the east shore on board in very smooth water, when at last we found we were again open to the sea, the whole of the land to the westward that we had passed being an island, which the pilot called Pulo Samo. The northern entrance of this channel was about 1.5 miles or 2 miles wide, and I had no ground at 10 fathoms. The report of 2 cannon that were fired gave new life to everyone, and soon after we discovered 2 square-rigged vessels and a cutter at anchor to the eastward. We endeavoured to work to windward, but were obliged to take to our oars again, having lost ground on each tack. We kept close to the shore and continued rowing until 4 o'clock, when I brought to a grapnel and gave another allowance of bread and wine to all hands. As soon as we had rested a little we weighed again and rowed till near daylight, when we came to a grapnel off a small fort and town which the pilot told me was Kapang. Among the things which the boatswain had thrown into the boat before we left the ship was a bundle of signal flags that had been used by the boats to show the depth of the water and soundings. With these we had in the course of the passage made a small jack, which I now hoisted in the main shrouds as a signal of distress, for I did not think it proper to land without leave. Soon after daybreak a soldier hailed us to land, which I immediately did among a crowd of Indians, and was agreeably surprised to meet with an English sailor who belonged to one of the vessels in the road. His captain told me he was the second person in the town. I therefore desired to be conducted to him, as I was informed the governor was ill and could not be spoken with. Captain Spikerman received me with great humanity. I informed him of our distressed situation and requested that care might be taken of those who were with me without delay. On which he gave directions for their immediate reception at his own house, and went himself to the governor to know at what time I could be permitted to see him, which was fixed to be 11 o'clock. I now desired my people to come on shore, which was as much as some of them could do, being scarce able to walk. They, however, were helped to the house, and found tea with bread and butter provided for their breakfast. The abilities of a painter, perhaps, could seldom have been displayed to more advantage than in the delineation of the 2 groups of figures which at this time presented themselves to each other. An indifferent spectator would have been at a loss which most to admire: the eyes of famine sparkling at immediate relief, or the horror of their preservers at the sight of so many spectres whose ghastly countenances, if the cause had been unknown, would rather have excited terror than pity. Our bodies were nothing but skin and bones, our limbs were full of sores, and we were clothed in rags. In this condition, with the tears of joy and gratitude flowing down our cheeks, the people of Timor beheld us with a mixture of horror, surprise, and pity. The governor, Mr. William Adrian Van Est, notwithstanding extreme ill health, became so anxious about us that I saw him before the appointed time. He received me with great affection and gave me the fullest proofs that he was possessed of every feeling of a humane and good man. Sorry as he was, he said, that such a calamity could ever have happened to us, yet he considered it to be the greatest blessing of his life that we had fallen under his protection, and, though his infirmity was so great that he could not do the office of a friend himself, he would give such orders as I might be certain would procure us every supply we wanted. A house should be immediately prepared for me, and with respect to my people he said that I might have room for them either at the hospital or on board of Captain Spikerman's ship which lay in the road, and he expressed much uneasiness that Kapang could not afford them better accommodations, the house being assigned to me being the only one uninhabited, and the situation of the few families that lived at this place such that they could not conveniently receive strangers. For the present, till matters could be properly regulated, he gave direction that victuals for my people should be dressed at his own house. On returning to Captain Spikerman's house I found that every kind relief had been given to my people. The surgeon had dressed their sores, and the cleaning of their persons had not been less attended to, several friendly gifts of apparel having been presented to them. I desired to be shown to the house that was intended for me, which I found ready with servants to attend. It consisted of a hall with a room at each end and a loft overhead, and was surrounded by a piazza with an outer apartment in one corner and a communication from the back part of the house to the street. I therefore determined, instead of separating from my people, to lodge them all with me, and I divided the house as follows. One room I took to myself, the other I allotted to the master, surgeon, Mr. Nelson, and the gunner, and the loft to the other officers, and the outer apartment to the men. The hall was common to the officers, and the men had the back piazza. Of this disposition I informed the governor, and he sent down chairs, tables, and benches, with bedding and other necessaries for the use of everyone. The governor, when I took my leave, had desired me to acquaint him with everything of which I stood in need, but it was only at particular times that he had a few moments of ease or could attend to anything, being in a dying state with an incurable disease. On this account I transacted whatever business I had with Mr. Timotheus Wanjon, the second of this place, who was the governor's son-in-law, and who also contributed everything in his power to make our situation comfortable. I had been, therefore, misinformed by the seaman who told me that Captain Spikerman was the next person in command to the governor. At noon a dinner was brought to the house sufficiently good to make persons more accustomed to plenty eat too much. Yet I believe few in such a situation would have observed more moderation than my people did. My greatest apprehension was that they would eat too much fruit, of which there was a great variety in season at this time. Having seen everyone enjoy this meal of plenty, I dined myself with Mr. Wanjon, but I felt no extraordinary inclination to eat or drink. Rest and quiet I considered as more necessary to the re-establishment of my health, and therefore retired soon to my room, which I found furnished with every convenience. But instead of rest my mind was disposed to reflect on our late sufferings and on the failure of the expedition, but above all on the thanks due to Almighty God, who had given us power to support and bear such heavy calamities, and had enabled me at last to be the means of saving 18 lives. In times of difficulty there will generally arise circumstances that bear particularly hard on a commander. In our late situation it was not the least of my distresses to be constantly assailed with the melancholy demands of my people for an increase of allowance which it grieved me to refuse. The necessity of observing the most rigid economy in the distribution of our provisions was so evident that I resisted their solicitations and never deviated from the agreement we made at setting out. The consequence of this care was that at our arrival we had still remaining sufficient for 11 days at our scanty allowance, and if we had been so unfortunate as to have missed the Dutch settlement at Timor, we could have proceeded to Java, where I was certain that every supply we wanted could be procured. Another disagreeable circumstance to which my situation exposed me was the caprice of ignorant people. Had I been incapable of acting, they would have carried the boat on shore as soon as we made the island of Timor, without considering that landing among the natives at a distance from the European settlement might have been as dangerous as among any other Indians. The quantity of provisions with which we left the ship was not more than we should have consumed in 5 days had there been no necessity for husbanding our stock. The mutineers must naturally have concluded that we could have no other place of refuge than the Friendly Islands, for it was not likely they should imagine that, so poorly equipped as we were in every respect, there could have been a possibility of our attempting to return homewards. Much less can they suspect that the account of their villainy has already reached their native country. When I reflect how providentially our lives were saved at Tofoa by the Indians delaying their attack, and that, with scarce anything to support life, we crossed a sea of more than 1,200 leagues without shelter from the inclemency of the weather, when I reflect that in an open boat with so much stormy weather we escaped foundering, that not any of us were taken off by disease, that we had the great good fortune to pass the unfriendly natives of other countries without accident, and at last happily to meet with the most friendly and best of people to relieve our distresses, I say when I reflect on all these wonderful escapes, the remembrance of such great mercies enables me to bear, with resignation and cheerfulness, the failure of an expedition, the success of which I had so much at heart, and which was frustrated at a time when I was congratulating myself on the fairest prospect of being able to complete it in a manner that would fully have answered the intention of His Majesty and the humane promoters of so benevolent a plan. With respect to the preservation of our health during the course of 16 days of heavy and almost continual rain, I would recommend to everyone in a similar situation the method we practiced, which is to dip their clothes in the salt water and wring them out as often as they become filled with rain. It was the only resource we had, and I believe was of the greatest service to us, for it felt more like a change of dry clothes than could well be imagined. We had occasion to do this so often that at length all our clothes were wrung to pieces, for, except the few days we passed on the coast of New Holland, we were continually wet either with rain or sea. Thus, through the assistance of Divine Providence, we surmounted the difficulties and distresses of a most perilous voyage, and arrived safe in an hospitable port, where every necessary and comfort were administered to us with a most liberal hand. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh, Chapter 18. At Kupang, June 1789. Timor. From the great humanity and attention of the governor and the gentlemen at Kupang we received every kind of assistance, and were not long without evident signs of returning health. Shortly after our arrival I presented to the governor a formal account of the loss of the Bounty, and a requisition in His Majesty's name that instructions might be sent to all the Dutch settlements to stop the ship if she made her appearance. With this a complete descriptive list of the mutineers was given. I likewise requested in one of my first visits to the governor that Nelson might have permission to walk about the country in search of plants, which was readily granted with an offer of whatever assistance I should think necessary. And the governor assured me that the country was well worth examination, as it abounded with many curious and medicinal plants. From this indulgence I derived no benefit, for Nelson, who since we left New Holland had been but in a weak condition, about this time was taken ill in consequence of a cold caused by imprudently leaving off warm clothing. To secure our arrival at Batavia before the October fleet sailed for Europe, I gave public notice of my intention to hire a vessel to carry us to Batavia. In consequence of this notice several offers were made, but none that I thought reasonable, which determined me to purchase a small schooner in the road, that was 34 feet long, for which I gave 1,000 rixdollars, and fitted her for sea under the name of His Majesty's schooner Resource. As the coast of Java is frequently infested with small piratical vessels, it was necessary that we should be provided with the proper means of defence. In this I was assisted by the friendship of Mr. Wanjon, who supplied me with 4 brass swivels, 14 stand of small arms and ammunition, which he obligingly let me have as a loan to be returned at Batavia. July 20. On the 20th of July I had the misfortune to lose Mr. David Nelson. He died of an inflammatory fever. The loss of this honest man I very much lamented. He had with great care and diligence attended to the object for which he was sent, and had always been ready to forward every plan that was proposed for the good of the service in which we were engaged. He was not less useful in our voyage hither, in the course of which he gave me great satisfaction by the patience and fortitude with which he conducted himself. July 21. This day I was employed attending the funeral of Mr. Nelson. The corpse was carried by 12 soldiers dressed in black, preceded by the minister. Next followed myself and the second governor, then 10 gentlemen of the town and the officers of the ships in the harbor, and after them my own officers and people. After reading our burial service, the body was interred behind the chapel, and the burying ground appropriated to the Europeans of the town. I was sorry I could get no tombstone to place over his remains. This was the second voyage Mr. Nelson had undertaken to the South Seas, having been sent out by Sir Joseph Banks to collect plants, seeds, etc. in Captain Cook's last voyage. And now, after surmounting so many difficulties, and in the midst of thankfulness for his deliverance, he was called upon to pay the debt of nature at the time least expected. August 20. Our schooner being victualled and ready for sea, on the 20th of August I took an affectionate leave of the hospitable and friendly inhabitants of Coupang and embarked. In the afternoon we sailed, having the launch which had so much contributed to our preservation in tow. We exchanged salutes with the fort and shipping as we ran out of the harbor. The town of Coupang is situated in a great bay which is an excellent road for shipping. The latitude of the town is 10 degrees 12 minutes south. According to the Dutch charts, it is in 121 degrees 51 minutes east longitude. Taking the mean between the longitude by my reckoning on our arrival at Coupang and the longitude afterwards calculated from our run to Batavia, gives me for the longitude of Coupang 124 degrees 41 minutes east. This settlement was formed in the year 1630 and is the only one the Dutch have on the island Timor. They have residents in different parts of the country. On the north side of Timor there is a Portuguese settlement. The product of the island is chiefly sandalwood and beeswax. The former article is now scarce. Wax they have in great plenty. The bees build their nests in bushes and in the boughs of trees to which the natives cannot approach but with fire. The honey is put into jars and the wax is run into blocks of 3 feet in length and from 12 to 15 inches square. The natives, at least those who live in the neighborhood of Coupang, are of a very indolent disposition, of which the Chinese have taken advantage, for, though the Malays are very fond of traffic, most of their trade is carried on in small Chinese vessels of from 10 to 30 tons burden. There is a market at Coupang for the country people in which, however, there is little business done. I have seen a man from the country come to market with 2 potatoes, and this is not unusual. These being sold for 2 doits, equal to a halfpenny English, serve to supply him with betel to chew, and the rest of the day is passed in lounging about the town. The inland people, who live at a distance from the Europeans, are strong and active, but their want of cleanliness subjects them to filthy diseases. The chief of the natives, or king of the island, is by the Dutch styled Kaffir, emperor. This prince lives at a place called Backenhazy, about 4 miles distant from Coupang. His authority over the natives is not wholly undisputed, which is by the Dutch attributed to the intrigues of the Portuguese, who are on the north part of Timor. The island has lately suffered much by a competition between the present king and one of his nephews, which caused a civil war that lasted from the beginning of the year 1786 to 1788, when their differences were settled by a treaty, chiefly in favour of the king. The ravages committed in these disputes have occasioned a scarcity of provisions that probably, from the want of industry in the natives, will not soon be remedied. I had an opportunity of making a visit to the king. His dwelling was a large house which was divided into only 3 apartments and surrounded by a piazza, agreeably situated but very dirty, as was all the furniture. The king, who is an elderly man, received me with much civility and ordered refreshments to be set before me, which were tea, rice cake, roasted Indian corn, and dried buffalo flesh, with about a pint of arrack, which I believe was all he had. His dress was a check wrapper girded round his waist with a silk and gold belt, a loose linen jacket, and a coarse handkerchief about his head. A few of his chiefs were with him who partook of our repast, after which the king retired with 3 of them for a short time, and when he returned presented me with a round plate of metal about 4 inches diameter, on which was stamped the figure of a star. As I had been informed that arrack would be an acceptable present, I was prepared to make a return, which was well received. They never dilute their liquor and from habit are able to drink a large quantity of spirits at a time without being intoxicated. When a king dies, a large feast is made to which all the inhabitants are invited. The body after a few days is put into a coffin which is closed up and kept 3 years before it is interred. The Dutch have been at some pains to establish Christianity among the natives, but it has not gained much ground, except in the neighbourhood of Coupang. The present king was christened by the name Barnardus. His Indian name is Bakchi Bannock. The scriptures are translated into the Malay language, and prayers are performed in the church at Coupang by a Malay clergyman in that language. I met at Timor with most of the fruits that are described in Captain Cook's first voyage as natives of Batavia, except the mangosteen. The breadfruit tree, called by the Malays socom, likewise grows here with great luxuriance and appears to be as much a native of this island as it is of Otaheite. The fruit is exactly of the same kind but not so good. A breadfruit of Timor weighs half as much more as one of equal size at Otaheite. It is not used here as bread, but generally eaten with milk and sugar. At Bacchanassy I saw about 20 of the trees, larger than any I had seen at Otaheite. Here also is a sort of breadfruit tree that produces seeds not unlike Windsor beans and equally palatable either boiled or roasted. No other part of the fruit is edible, and though the tree, I am told, is to all appearances the same as the other, the fruits have but little resemblance, the fruit of this being covered with projecting points nearly half an inch in length. I received a present of some fine plants from the governor, which I was afterwards unfortunately obliged to leave at Batavia for want of proper room to take care of them in the packet by which I returned to Europe. Mr. Wanjon likewise favoured me with some seeds for His Majesty's garden at Kew, which I had the good fortune to deliver safe on my return, and some of the mountain rice cultivated at Timor on the dry land, which was forwarded to His Majesty's Botanic Garden at St. Vincent and to other parts in the West Indies. A resemblance of language between the people of the South Sea Islands and the inhabitants of many of the islands in the East Indies has been remarked in Captain Cook's first voyage. Here the resemblance appeared stronger than has yet been noticed, particularly in their numerals. But besides the language I observed some customs among the people of Timor still more striking for their similarity. They practice the Tuugi. Footnote: the Tuugi is described in Captain Cook's last voyage, Volume 1, page 323, and the Ru'ee in the same voyage, Volume 2, page 64. End of footnote. They practice the Tuugi of the Friendly Islands, which they call Toombok, and the Rum'ee of Otaheite, which they call Ramas. I likewise saw, placed on their graves, offerings of baskets with tobacco and betel. I left the governor, Mr. Van Este, at the point of death. To this gentleman our most gracious thanks are due for the humane and friendly treatment that we received from him. His ill state of health only prevented him from showing us more particular marks of attention. Unhappily it is to his memory only that I now pay this tribute. It was a fortunate circumstance for us that Mr. Wanjon, the next in place to the governor, was equally humane and ready to relieve us. His attention was unremitting and, when there was a doubt about supplying me with money to enable me to purchase a vessel, he cheerfully took it upon himself, without which it was evident I should have been too late at Batavia to have sailed for Europe with the October fleet. I can only return such services by ever retaining a grateful remembrance of them. Mr. Max, the town surgeon, likewise behaved to us with the most disinterested humanity. He attended everyone with the utmost care, for which I could not prevail on him to receive any payment, or to render me any account or other answer than that it was his duty. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh, Chapter 19. From Timor to Batavia. August 1789, Thursday, 20. From Kupang we steered northwest by west, having a moderate breeze at southeast with fair weather. Saturday, 22. At daylight we saw the island Flores to the northward. At noon latitude observed 9 degrees 27 minutes south, and longitude by account from Kupang 2 degrees 10 minutes west. Our distance from the coast of Flores was about 10 leagues, and two high-peaked mountains bore north half east and north-northwest. These two mountains resemble each other in shape, and the westernmost is a volcano. The interior parts of Flores are mountainous and woody, but near the coastland is a fine open country. A Dutch map with which I was provided places the south part of Flores in 9 degrees 3 minutes south, which I am of the opinion is too far south. We steered along the south side of Flores, mostly with light winds and hazy weather, so that we did not constantly keep sight of the coast. Tuesday, 25. At noon we were off Torrens Island, which bore northwest by north 3 or 4 leagues distant. Our latitude observed was 8 degrees 57 minutes south, and longitude made by dead reckoning from Kupang 3 degrees 27 minutes west. Torrens Island is about 4 leagues in circuit, and has a craggy and uneven appearance. There is a curious high peak on the southwest part. The land near the shore is low and woody. Thursday, 27. On the 27th at noon we were near the entrance of the Straits of Mangarin, which not appearing so open and clear as represented in the map, I steered for the Straits of Sapi, intending to pass through, but was obliged to give up this plan by strong current setting to the southeast, which there was not sufficient wind to enable us to stem. Saturday, 29. I therefore again stood for the Straits of Mangarin, which we ran through in the afternoon of the 29th, being favoured with a fresh breeze from the south-southeast. On our first entering the straits we got close to the Flores shore. Our course through was north half east. We tried for soundings, but could not anywhere find bottom at 25 and 30 fathoms depth. On the Flores side there are many good harbours and bays where vessels may anchor, but the country hereabouts appears burnt up and desolate. I had no azimuth compass and consequently could not observe very accurately the variation, but I believe there is so little in Mangarin Straits that no great error will be occasioned by considering the true and magnetic bearings to be the same. When we had passed the straits we kept to the westward, running along the north side of the island Sumbawa, where there is a very high mountain near the coast, at the foot of which, I am informed, are many runs of good water, conveniently situated for ships to supply themselves. The latitude of the north part of Sumbawa I make by my observations and bearings to be 8 degrees 6 minutes south, which differs very little from the Dutch charts. Monday, 31. In the night of the 31st several prows were rowing about us, on which account we kept all night under arms. September, Thursday, 3. This and the 2 following days we were sailing along the north side of the island Lombok, on which there is a high mountain. Most of the islands in this route are distinguished by high mountains. Lombok appears to be well clothed with wood. In the nights we saw fires upon the high lands at a distance from the coast. Sunday, 6. In the afternoon we saw the high land of Cape Sandana, which is the northeast part of Java. Monday, 7. The next day we were off Cape Sandana, which is a low cape projecting from the high land already mentioned. This cape is placed by the Dutch maps in 7 degrees 52 minutes south. But according to my observation and our estimated distance from the land, I make it in 7 degrees 46 minutes south latitude. The longitude, by my dead reckoning from Kapang to Cape Sandana, was 11 degrees 33 minutes west. Thursday, 10. We steered to the westward along the coast of Java, and on the 10th at noon we anchored off past Sauerlang, a Dutch settlement on the coast of Java, and 2 fathoms distant from the shore half a league, the entrance of the river bearing southwest. The coast hereabouts is so shoal that large ships are obliged to anchor 3 or 4 miles from the land. As soon as we were at anchor I got in my boat and went on shore. The banks of the river near the entrance were mud, on which grew a few mangrove bushes. Among them we saw hogs running and many were laying dead in the mud, which caused a most intolerable stench and made me heartily repent having come here. But after proceeding about a mile up the river, the course of which was serpentine, we found a very pleasant country and landed at a small and well-constructed fort, where I was received in a friendly and polite manner by M. Adrian Van Rye, the commandant. By the return of the boat I sent on board a small bullock and other provisions. I likewise took a pilot to conduct us to Surabaya. The houses of Pasarang are neatly built and the country appears to be well cultivated. The product of this settlement is rice, of which they export large quantities. There are but few Dutch here, the Javanese are numerous and their chief lives with considerable splendour. They have good roads and posts are established along the coast, and it appears to be a busy and well regulated settlement. Latitude 7 degrees 36 minutes south. Longitude 1 degree 44 minutes west of Cape Sandana. Friday, 11. The next day about noon we sailed. Saturday, 12. And on the 12th in the evening anchored in Sanbaya Road in 7 fathoms, the flagstaff bearing south 1/4 west, distance from the shore 1 mile. We found riding here 7 square-rigged and several smaller vessels. It was too late when we anchored to send a boat on shore. Sunday, 13. The next morning before daylight 3 guard boats stationed themselves near us, and I was informed that I must not land or send a boat on shore. This restriction, I learned from the officer of the guard boats, was in conformity to general orders concerning all strange vessels on their first arrival. At 9 in the forenoon leave came off for us to land, and soon after the guard boats quitted us. I was received on shore with great civility and friendship by the governor or Opperhost M. and Barkay, and the commandant of the troops M. de Bois. By these gentlemen I was hospitably entertained and advised to remain till the 16th, when some vessels were to sail, with whom I might keep company, which they recommend on account of pirates. Surabaya is one of the most pleasant places I ever saw. It is situated on the banks of a river, and is 1.5 miles distant from the seashore, so that only the flagstaff can be seen from the road. The river is navigable up to the town for vessels of 100 tons burden, and the bank on one side is made convenient for tracking. The Chinese carry on a considerable trade here, and have a town or camp on the side of the river opposite to Surabaya. The country near the bay is flat and the soil light, so that they plough with a single bullock or buffalo, carabao. The interior parts of the country near the mountains are infested with a breed of fierce tigers, which makes travelling inland very dangerous. They have here a breed of horses which are small, but they are handsome and strong. The Javanese in this neighbourhood are numerous. M. Barkay and M. de Bois took me with them to pay a visit to 2 of the principal natives, whom we found attended by a number of men armed with pikes in great military order. We were entertained with a concert of music. The instruments were gongs, drums, and a fiddle with 2 strings. I hired a pilot here to carry us to Batavia. Our latitude observed in Saboya Road was 7 degrees 11 minutes south. Longitude made from Cape Sandana 1 degree 52 minutes west. Thursday, 17. On the 17th we sailed from Soboya in company with 3 praus. At noon we anchored at Crissy, which is a town with a small fort belonging to the Dutch. We remained here about 2 hours and then weighed. Latitude of Crissy 7 degrees 9 minutes south. Longitude from Cape Sandana 1 degree 55 minutes west. The navigation through the Straits of Madura is so intricate that with the little opportunity I had, I am unable to undertake a description of it. Friday, 18. The next day, having passed the straits, we bore away to the westward along the coast of Java in company with the praus before mentioned. Tuesday, 22. We had regular soundings all the way to Samarang, off which place we anchored on the 22nd in the afternoon, the church bearing southeast, distance from the shore half a league, depth of water 2 fathoms. The shoalness of the coast here makes the road of Samarang very inconvenient, both on account of the great distance that large ships, of which there were several in the road, are obliged to lay from the shore, and of the landing which is in a river that cannot be entered before half flood. This river resembles the one at Passourwang, the shores being low with offensive dead animals laying about. I was met at the landing place by the equipage master, and he furnished me with a carriage to carry me to the governor, whose residence is about 2 miles from the town of Samarang. I requested and obtained leave to have our wants supplied, which were to recruit our provisions and get a mainmast, having sprung ours in the passage from Sourabaya. Samarang is a fortified town surrounded by a wall and ditch, and is the most considerable settlement next to Batavia that the Dutch have in Java. Here is a very good hospital and a public school, chiefly for teaching the mathematics. They likewise have a theatre. Provisions are remarkably cheap here, beef being at 10 duits per pound and the price of a fowl 12 duits. I experienced great civility from some of the gentlemen at Samarang, particularly from M. Le Baron de Bose, a merchant, brother to the M. de Bose, commandant of the troops at Sourabaya, and from M. Abegg, the surgeon of the hospital, to whom we were indebted for advice and medicines for which he would not consent to receive payment. The latitude of Samarang is 6 degrees 57 minutes. Longitude by my reckoning from Cape Sandana 4 degrees 7 minutes west. Saturday, 26. On the 26th we sailed from Samarang and with us a galley mounting 6 swivels which the governor had directed to accompany us to Batavia. October, Thursday, 1. On the 1st of October we anchored in Batavia Road, where we found riding a Dutch ship of war and 20 sail of Dutch East India ships, besides many smaller vessels. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Voyage to the South Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Voyage to the South Sea by William Bligh. Chapter 20. Occurrences at Batavia and passage thence to England. October 1789. In the afternoon at 4 o'clock I went on shore and landed at a house by the river where strangers first stop and give an account who they are, whence they came, etc. From this place a Malay gentleman took me in a carriage to Sabandar, Mr. Englehart, whose house was in the environs of the city on the side nearest the shipping. The Sabandar is the officer with whom all strangers are obliged to transact their business. At least the whole must go through his hands. With him I went to pay my respects to the Governor-General, who received me with great civility. I acquainted His Excellency with my situation, and requested my people might be taken care of, and that we would be allowed to take a passage to Europe in the first ship that sailed. I likewise desired permission to sell the schooner and launch. All this, His Excellency told me should be granted. I then took leave and returned with the Sabandar, who wrote down the particulars of my wants in order to form from them a regular petition to be presented to the council the next day. I had brought from the governor of Coupang, directed for the governor-general at Batavia, the account of my voyage and misfortune, translated into Dutch from an account that I had given to Mr. Van Est. So attentive had they been at Timor to everything that related to us. There is a large hotel at Batavia fitted up purposely for the accommodation of strangers, who are not allowed to reside at any other place. It is situated near the great river in a part of the city that is reckoned the most airy and healthy. Nevertheless I found the air hot and suffocating, and was taken ill in the night with a violent pain in my head. Friday, 2. The next morning at 9 the council sat and I attended, accompanied by the Sabandar, and was informed that the council had complied with all that I had requested. When I returned to the hotel my headache increased and a violent fever came on. I sent to acquaint the Sabandar of my situation, and was soon after attended by the head surgeon of the town hospital, Mr. Onsorp, by whose care and skill in less than 24 hours the fever considerably abated, but a severe headache continued. I had an invitation from the Governor-General to dine with him, which of course I was obliged to decline. I hired a carriage which cost $3 per day, for the benefit of taking an airing. My lodgings at the hotel were so close and hot that I desired the Sabandar to apply to the Governor-General for leave to hire a house in the country, which request his Excellency not only immediately complied with, but gave directions for my being accommodated at the house of the physician or surgeon-general, Mr. Sparling. One of my people, Thomas Hall, being ill with the flux, I obtained leave for him to be sent to the country hospital, which is a convenient, airy building. Tuesday, 6. This morning at sunrise I left the hotel and was carried to Mr. Sparling's house, about 4 miles distant from the city and near the convalescent hospital, which at this time also had sick men in it, the whole number of patients amounting to 800. I found everything prepared for my comfort and convenience. Mr. Sparling would suffer me to take no medicine, though I had still considerable fever with headache, but I found so much relief from the difference of the air that in the evening I was able to accompany Mr. Sparling on a visit to the Governor-General at one of his country seats, where we found many ladies all dressed in the Malay fashion, some of them richly ornamented with jewels. I had invitations from several gentlemen, and some very kindly pressed me to make their country houses my abode until my health should be re-established. My indisposition increasing, Mr. Sparling advised me to quit Batavia as speedily as possible and represented the necessity of it to the Governor-General. I was informed from His Excellency that the homeward bound ships were so much crowded that there would be no possibility of all my people going in one ship, and that they could be accommodated no other way than by dividing them into different ships. Seeing therefore that a separation was unavoidable, I determined to follow the advice of the physician, and, as a packet was appointed to sail for Europe on the 16th instant, I sent a request to the governor that I might be allowed to take a passage in her for myself and as many of my people as they were able to receive. In answer to this I was acquainted that myself and 2 more could be accommodated in the packet, she being too small to admit a greater number, but that I might rest assured of passages being provided for those that remained at the earliest opportunities. Friday, 9. This day anchored in the road the General Elliot, an English ship commanded by Captain Lloyd. In the Straits of Banca he had met with some boats belonging to the East India Company's ship Vansittart that was lost in the Straits of Billiton by having struck on a rock that went through her bottom. Captain Wilson, who commanded the Vansittart, I was informed had just finished a survey of those straits and was hoisting his boat in when the ship struck. Immediately on receiving the intelligence Captain Lloyd, in the General Elliot, and another ship in company called the Nonsuch sailed for the wreck. They found the ship had been burnt down to the water's edge by the Malays. They however saved 40 chests of treasure out of 55 which were said to have been on board. Most of the ship's company were saved, one man only was lost in the ship, and 5 others in a small boat were missing, who were supposed to have taken some of the treasure. The greater part of the people went with Captain Wilson to China, and some were with Captain Lloyd. Saturday, 10. This morning the Resource was sold by public auction. The custom at Batavia is to begin high and to lower the price till some person bids, and the first bidder is the buyer. She was accordingly put up at 2,000 rix dollars, but to my great disappointment no one offered to purchase before the auctioneer had lowered the demand to 295 rix dollars, for which price she was sold, the purchaser being an Englishman, Captain John Eddy, who commanded an English ship from Bengal. If no strangers had been present at the sale, I imagine they would have let her run down to $200, in which case I should have had no alternative. The launch likewise was sold. The services she had rendered us made me feel great reluctance at parting with her, which I would not have done if I could have found a convenient opportunity of getting her conveyed to Europe. Little as the schooner had sold for, I found I was in danger of having the sum lessened, for the Sabandar informed me that by an order of the Council there was a duty on the sale of all vessels. With this demand I would by no means comply, for I thought I had sufficiently suffered in sustaining a loss of 705 rix dollars out of the 1,000 by the purchase and sale of the vessel, she having cost 1,000 rix dollars. This day Thomas Hall, whom I had sent to be taken care of at the hospital, died. He had been ill of a flux from the time of our arrival at Timor. Monday, 12. I agreed with the captain of the packet for a passage to Europe for myself, my clerk, and a servant. The Sabandar informed me it was necessary that my officers and people should be examined before a notary respecting the loss of the Bounty, as otherwise the governor and council were not legally authorized to detain her if she should be found in any of the Dutch settlements. They were therefore at my desire examined, and afterwards made affidavit before the governor and council at the Stadthouse. My officers complaining to me of the unreasonableness of some tradesmen's bills, I spoke to the Sabandar. A bill of $51 for 5 hats he reduced to $30, and in other articles made proportionable deductions. Paper money is the currency of Batavia, and is so understood in all bargains. At this time paper was at 28% discount. There is likewise a difference in the value of the ducatoons, which at Batavia is 80 stivers, and in Holland only 63 stivers. This occasions a loss of 21 1/4% on remittance of money. It therefore follows that if any person at Batavia remits money by bills of exchange to Europe, they lose by the discount and the exchange 49 1/4%. Those who have accounts to pay and can give unexceptionable bills on Europe will find a considerable savings by negotiating their bills with private people who are glad to give them a premium of 20% at the least. This discovery I made somewhat too late to profit by. One of the greatest difficulties that strangers have to encounter is their being obliged to live at the hotel. This hotel was formerly 2 houses, which by doors of communication have been made one. It is in the middle of a range of buildings more calculated for a cold country than for such a climate as Batavia. There is no free circulation of air, and what is equally bad, it is always very dirty, and there is a great want of attendance. What they call cleaning the house is another nuisance, for they never use any water to cool it or to lay the dust, but sweep daily with brooms in such a manner that those in the house are almost suffocated by a cloud of dust. The months of December and January are reckoned the most unhealthy of the year, the heavy rains being then set in. The account of the seasons as given to me here I believe may be relied on. The middle of November the west monsoon begins, and rain. December and January. Continual rain with strong westerly wind. February. Westerly wind. Towards the end of this month the rain begins to abate. March. Intervals of fine weather. Wind westerly. April. In this month the east monsoon begins. Weather generally fine with showers of rain. May. East monsoon fixed. Showery. June and July. Clear weather, strong east wind. August and September. Wind more moderate. October. In this month the wind begins to be variable with showers of rain. The current is said always to run with the wind. Nevertheless I found the reverse in sailing from Timor to Java. Between the end of October and the beginning of the ensuing year, no Dutch ship bound for Europe is allowed to sail from Batavia for fear of being near the Mauritius at the time of the hurricanes, which are frequent there in December and January. My illness prevented me from gaining much knowledge of Batavia. Of their public buildings I saw nothing that gave me so much satisfaction as their country hospital for seamen. It is a large, commodious, and airy building about 4 miles from the town, close to the side of the river, or rather in the river, for the ground on which it stands has by labour been made an island of, and the sick are carried there in a boat. Each ward is a separate dwelling, and the different diseases are properly classed. They have sometimes 1,400 patients in it. At this time there were 800, but more than half of those were recovered and fit for service, of whom 300 were destined for the fleet that was to sail for Europe. I went through most of the wards, and there appeared great care and attention. The sheets, bedding, and linen of the sick were perfectly neat and clean. The house of the physician, Mr. Sparling, who has the management of the hospital, is at one extremity of the building, and here it was that I resided. To the attention and care of this gentleman, for which he would receive no payment, I am probably indebted for my life. The hospital in the town is well attended, but the situation is so ill chosen that it certainly would be the saving of many lives to build one in its stead up the river, which might be done with great advantage, as water carriage is so easy and convenient. A great neglect in some of the commanders of the shipping here was suffering their people to go dirty and frequently without frock, shirt, or anything to cover their bodies, which, besides being a public nuisance, must probably be productive of ill health in the most robust constitution. The Governor-General gave me leave to lodge all my people at the country hospital, which I thought a great advantage and with which they were perfectly satisfied. The officers, however, at their own request, remained in the town. The time fixed for the sailing of the packet approaching, I settled my accounts with the Sabandar, leaving open the victualling account to be closed by Mr. Fryer, the master, previous to his departure, who I likewise authorized to supply the men and officers left under his command with 1 month's pay, to enable them to purchase clothing for their passage to England. I had been at great pains to bring living plants from Timor in 6 tubs, which contained jacks, nancas, carabolas, namnams, jambos, and 3 thriving breadfruit plants. These I thought might be serviceable at the Cape of Good Hope if brought no farther, but I had the mortification of being obliged to leave them all at Batavia. I took these plants on board at Kapang on the 20th of August. They had experienced a passage of 42 days to my arrival here. The breadfruit plants died to the root and sprouted afresh from thence. The carabolas, jacks, nancas, and namnams I had raised from the seed, and they were in fine order. No judgment can hence be formed of the success of transporting plants, as in the present trial they had many disadvantages. Friday, 16. This morning being sunrise, I embarked on board the Bligh packet commanded by Captain Peter Corrette, bound for Middleburg. With me likewise embarked Mr. John Samwell, clerk, and John Smith, seaman. Those of our company who stayed behind the governor promised me should follow in the first ships and be as little divided as possible. At 7 o'clock the packet weighed and sailed out of the road. Sunday, 18. On the 18th we spoke the Rambler, an American brig belonging to Boston, bound to Batavia. After passing the Straits of Sunda, we steered to the north of the Cocos Isles. These islands, Captain Couvret informed me, are full of coconut trees. There is no anchorage near them but good landing for boats. Their latitude 12 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 96 degrees 5 minutes east. In the passage to the Cape of Good Hope there occurred nothing worth remark. I cannot, however, forbear noticing the Dutch manner of navigating. They steer by true compass, or rather endeavour to do so, by means of a small movable central card, which they set to the meridian, and whenever they discover the variation is altered 2½ degrees since the last adjustment, they again correct the central card. This is steering within 1/4 of a point without aiming at greater exactness. The officer of the watch likewise corrects the course for leeway by his own judgment before it is marked down in the log board. They heave no log. I was told that the company do not allow it. Their manner of computing their run is by means of a measured distance 40 feet along the ship's side. They take notice of any remarkable patch of froth when it is abreast the foremost end of the measured distance, and count half seconds till the mark of froth is abreast the after end. With the number of half seconds thus obtained they divide the number 48, taking the product of the rate of sailing in geographical miles in 1 hour, or the number of Dutch miles in 4 hours. It is not usual to make any allowance to the sun's declination on account of being on a different meridian from that for which the tables are calculated. They in general compute with the numbers just as they are found in the table. From all this it is not difficult to conceive the reason why the Dutch are frequently above 10 degrees out of their reckoning. Their passages likewise are considerably lengthened by not carrying a sufficient quantity of sail. December 16. In the afternoon we anchored in Table Bay. December 17. The next morning I went on shore and waited on His Excellency M. Vander Graaf, who received me in the most polite and friendly manner. The Guardian, commanded by Lieutenant Ruh, had left the Cape about 8 days before with cattle and stores for Port Jackson. This day anchored in Table Bay the Astrea, a French frigate commanded by the Count de Saint Revel from the Isle of France, on board of which ship was the late governor, the Chevalier d'Entrecasteaux. The other ships that arrived during my stay at the Cape were a French 40-gun frigate, an East India ship, and a brig of the same nation, likewise 2 other French ships with slaves from the coast of Mozambique bound to the West Indies, a Dutch packet from Europe after a 4 months' passage, and the Harpy, a South Sea whaler with 400 barrels of spermaceti and 400 of seal and other oils. There is a standing order from the Dutch East India Company that no person who takes a passage from Batavia to Europe on any of their ships shall be allowed to leave the ship before she arrives at her intended port. According to this regulation I must have gone to Holland in the packet. Of this I was not informed till I was taking leave of the Governor-General at Batavia, when it was too late for him to give the captain an order to permit me to land in the Channel. He however desired I would make use of his name to Governor Vander Graaf, who readily complied with my request and gave the necessary orders to the captain of the packet, a copy of which His Excellency gave to me, and at the same time recommendatory letters to people of consequence in Holland, in case I should be obliged to proceed so far. I left a letter at the Cape of Good Hope to be forwarded to Governor Phillips at Port Jackson for the first opportunity, containing a short account of my voyage with the descriptive list of the pirates, and from Batavia I had written to Lord Cornwallis, so that every part of India will be prepared to receive them. Saturday, 2. We sailed from the Cape in company with the Astrée French frigate. The next morning neither ship nor land were in sight. On the 15th we passed in sight of the island St. Helena. On the 21st we saw the island Ascension. On the 10th of February, the wind being at northeast blowing fresh, our sails were covered with a fine orange-colored dust. Fuego, the westernmost of the Cape de Verde Islands, and the nearest land to us on that day at noon, bore northeast by east, half-east, distance 140 leagues. When we had passed the latitude of the western islands, a lookout was kept for some rocks which Captain Couvret had been informed lay in latitude 44 degrees 25 minutes north and 2 degrees 50 minutes east longitude from the east end of St. Michel. This information Captain Couvret had received from a person that he knew and who said that he had seen them. On the 13th of March we saw the Bill of Portland, and on the evening of the next day, Sunday, March the 14th, I left the packet and was landed at Portsmouth by an Isle of Wight boat. Those of my officers and people whom I left at Batavia were provided with passages in the earliest ships, and at the time we parted were apparently in good health. Nevertheless, they did not all live to quit Batavia. Mr. Elphinstone, master's mate, and Peter Linkletter, seaman, died within a fortnight after my departure, the hardships they had experienced having rendered them unequal to cope with so unhealthy a climate as that of Batavia. The remainder embarked on board the Dutch fleet for Europe and arrived safe in this country, except Robert Lamb, who died on the passage, and Mr. Ledward, the surgeon, who has not yet been heard of. Thus of 19 who were forced by the mutineers into the launch, it has pleased God that 12 should surmount the difficulties and dangers of the voyage and live to revisit their native country. End of chapter 20. A Voyage to the South Sea was recorded by Tom Crawford in Cool, California, USA, and proof listened by Sheila in Nottinghamshire, England. If you wish to learn more about William Bligh and HMS Bounty, look up either one in Wikipedia. In addition, 2 other books are available on LibriVox. George Hamilton, Voyage Round the World in His Majesty's Frigate Pandora, and Sir John Barrow, Eventful History of the Mutiny and Piratical Seizure of HMS Bounty, Its Cause and Consequences.